Wow. Well, you look at that light coming in behind me. That's kind of a much. Kind of much. See if I can tone that down a little bit. Oh, there's a cobweb there. Maybe I shouldn't have toned it down. I'll get rid of the cobweb soon enough. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Give me a second. Oh, shut up already. Be quiet. By the way, guys. Cobwebs, cobwebs, cobwebs. That time of the year. Get out of the way. Come on now. Let's put the broom back out there. Let's go. Come on. Good boy. All right. Mercy here. All right. So happy St. Patty's Day for those of you who celebrate that. Irish. Cool. Welcome. I hope everybody's having a good Sunday. So I want to I'm gonna run through some stuff on X real quick, but then after that I got to get a video playing because I got some stuff burning today. I got it looks like today's supposed to be the last day of sunshine. Let me double check. It's supposed to be the last day of sunshine for me for let's see, partly cloudy tomorrow, partly cloudy Tuesday. All right, so the rain starts on Wednesday. And from the looks of it, I got like 30 days straight of rain coming. So I got to try and get this stuff done while I can, or else it's going to back up on me. And you can't burn during the summer here. So got to try and get it all done. That's why I didn't get on yesterday. I did hop on to Jeremy's last night, though, for a little bit. Had a good time hanging out with him for a little bit last night, him and Yorga. It was just good to, just sit back, have a regular conversation, I burned, I started at about 5:30 yesterday morning and oh, yeah, my sleeping pattern's off too because of certain critters, they like to keep me up all night, and all day. So yeah, it's like half of them sleep and the other half are awake. I'm trying to get them all on the same dang schedule, so that I can get some rest. All right, let's go ahead and jump into things because, like I said, I got limited time to sit down for the next couple of hours while I'm getting this stuff burnt up because I got to be out there with it. Just too much other stuff's dry right now and don't need other things, burning up on me. So let's go ahead and get this up on the screen. And went through and found some interesting stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and kill my camera now so I can decrease the backlog on the signal here. There we go. Got it full screen. So Joam says, Royal Family is making an announcement today. And it's kind of funny that he says that because there was a report on it not too long ago. Let's see. Did I do that thing where I share it? Did I do it? Is that it? Nope, that's definitely not it. Well, come on. There we go. Okay, so this is the report that I saw. And basically, a lot of this, I think, all this is kind of centered around this Kate Middleton lady that's kind of disappeared, and I've been seeing different reports from people. Okay. I don't see a whole lot in regards to the Royals and things all that much because I don't really look for it, But this guy kind of piqued my curiosity. I'm wondering what they're, and then Joe M just made that comment. It seems kind of funny that, one happened about 25 minutes ago, and he's posting about the same time about them getting ready to do a press conference. So let's see what we can pick up out of this. I don't think we're going to get much, but
She's getting information now in her ear. You can tell she'll be wearing comms. That's communication.
And no, that's not Kate Middleton. That's just a spokesman for or it's news presenter spotted live outside Buckingham Palace.
Here we go, live on TV. What is this all about? Is it about the royal family? Any announcements happening? You can see lots of people are very, very intrigued with what's going on.
You'd almost think that he would get close enough to maybe hear what she's saying, but I guess not. So, but yeah, so there's somebody outside Buckingham Palace, news-wise, which generally only happens unless they're making some kind of an announcement, So, all right, let's jump down here a little bit because there were a few things. Oh, guys, just a gentle reminder for you, the importance of knowing what to say and how to say it can save your marriage or your girlfriend or whatever.
Are you in a relationship with a woman and you're tired of all that hooting and hollering? Well, here are 5 surefire ways passed down from generation to generation of men on how to calm those ladies down. Number 5, just tell her to calm down. Sometimes women get all caught up in their womaning and forget the basic rules of polite discourse. A gentle reminder to calm down should simmer the situation. Number 4, remind her to relax. This helps the ladies who understand their level of energy is inappropriate but aren't quite sure what the next step to take. Number 3, you're here, I need you here. This simple physical action can help demonstrate the de-escalation necessary in this situation. Number 4, pretend this is your crazy knob. We need to turn it way down. Again, just another physical demonstration to show them the proper path. And number 1, only to be used in extreme cases. You're acting like your mother, and this world doesn't need 2 bitches that crazy walking around. Just use these 5 simple methods, and you'll never have an out-of-hand lady again. We'll see you next time.
All right. The importance of making sure that your relationship can last. It's so important. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Oh yeah. There's a few things here. Few things. I want to share with you guys. Okay, let's go. Can't share that one. Okay. So there's been some stuff going on, stuff being said, lots of things, and comms. Holy freaking crap! Look at this coincidence right in the middle of the snake poem. Trump points out front row Joes. He says they've been to 127 rallies. I'm not exactly sure what that's supposed to mean, but I think I'm pretty much to where I wanted to be. And okay, so the question's about Kate Middleton, right? Okay, so I'm gonna play this guy because generally, I would say 90% of the time he's getting it right in his stories. So let's check him out.
in an Illuminati blood sacrifice, according to Princess Diana's best friend, who also revealed that the ritual killing had long been planned as part of the royal family's dark occult traditions. The fact that Kate would be offed has been an open secret among the British aristocracy for years, according to Christine Fitzgerald, who claims that just like her friend Princess Diana, Middleton was carefully chosen for the sacrificial role due to her personality and bloodline. As the public in Britain and around the world demand the royal family release proof of life, the woman who was once Diana's best friend is urging the world to wake up to the dark truth about the Luciferian House of Windsor. Before we dive in, subscribe to the People's Voice Rumble channel if you haven't already, and join the People's Voice Locals community to join our incredible community, support the channel, and gain access to exclusive and uncensored content. As Christine Fitzgerald explains, Middleton's personality and bloodline was perfect for the role of royal ritual sacrifice. According to Palisades, Kate was always keen to play her role in supporting the elite agenda.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Such a pleasure to meet you.
Very nice to meet you too. How do you feel about the vaccination?
I can't wait. Yes, I'm priority group 6. So any day now, I'm really hoping to get called up.
It has now been over 80 days since Middleton was last seen in public. Since then, there have been 3 purported photos of the Princess of Wales published in the mainstream media. Unfortunately for the royal family, all 3 of these photos were quickly proven to be photoshopped fakes. Think about this for a moment. The first fake photo generated headlines around the world. The royal family understand the level of speculation this caused. Under what possible circumstances would they respond to this uproar by releasing a second fake photo? And then a third. At this point, even CNN watching normies who think Michelle Obama and Brigitte Macron are paragons of femininity understand that the royal family are not being entirely transparent about what's going on here. Even Guardian journalists are jumping on the Kate Middleton truther train. Let's face it, the royal family have been backed into a corner and they are desperately trying to cover up the crime. According to Fitzgerald, King Charles and the royals understand they can't repeat the same stunt they pulled with Princess Diana, who knew in advance her life was in grave danger.
Do you think you'll ever be queen?
No, I don't. No.
Why do you think that?
I'd like to be a queen of people's hearts, in people's hearts. But I don't see myself being queen of this country. I don't think many people would want me to be queen. Actually, when I say many people, I mean the establishment that I'm married into, because they've decided that I'm a non-starter.
Why do you think they've decided that?
Because I do things differently. Because I don't go by a rule book. Because I lead from the heart, not the head. And albeit that's got me into trouble in my work, I understand that. But someone's got to go out there and love people and show it.
Times have changed since Diana's death, and the people are waking up. The British crown wouldn't survive another ritual sacrifice performed in front of the press in the streets of one of Europe's major cities. Instead, this time, the royals had to cover their tracks and pretend everything is fine and the Princess of Wales has not been ritually slaughtered in line with ancient royal occult tradition. But people are speaking out. Let's place together the pieces of the puzzle. According to a Palisade, Kate Middleton was first placed in a medically induced coma earlier this year after routine abdominal surgery went badly wrong. Whose decision was it to place Middleton into a coma? The directive came not from Middleton's own family, but from the royal family, according to Concha Calleja, a full-time royal reporter with contacts in the royal household. The royal family have reacted furiously to these claims, but Calleja is sticking to her version of events, stating that she has confidence in her source. And she's not the only one with information from the inside that backs up Christine Fitzgerald's claims that Middleton is dead, and any future version of the Princess of Wales that we see in public will be a body double employed to keep the British public from opening their eyes, tearing the royal families down from the ivory towers and holding them responsible for their crimes. Kate Middleton's lawyer also has something very interesting to say. But first, an important word from our sponsor. Today's video is brought to you by IPv6RS. If Hillary Clinton can get away with running her own private email server, why shouldn't you? IPv6RS is set to revolutionize the internet by eliminating the need for big tech companies to provide unreliable, overpriced services such as email, web hosting, data management, and self-hosting. IPv6RS enables direct end-to-end connections with enhanced security, which means no snooping from Big Brother. And best of all, you are in charge of the network. Visit thepeoplesvoice.tv/IPv6 to sign up, or click the link below this video to take back control of how you use the internet. If you like our content, help support our sponsor IPv6RS and visit thepeoplesvoice.tv/IPv6 today. Thank you IPv6RS for making this video possible. Even the mainstream media in the UK are in on the open secret about Middleton's death. Who decided to put a picture of Prince William and his missing wife beside a headline about missing dead bodies? This is intentional. It's a subliminal message. A slow reveal. As ever, mentioning it is mocking the public on behalf of the elite. As the people of the world rise up against the evils of the global elite, they are becoming increasingly desperate to ensure they stay in control and achieve their goals. King Charles and the royal family are no exception. According to Charles, times have become so desperate that the globalists need a vast military-style campaign to usher in the Luciferian agenda of the WEF.
Here we need a vast military-style campaign to marshal the strength of the global private sector. With trillions at its disposal, far beyond global GDP, and with the greatest respect, beyond even the governments of the world's leaders.
This should not come as a surprise because Charles has been working to usher in the New World Order his entire life. He is descended from a long line of European tyrants, after all. According to NPR, Prince Charles said during a 2011 interview that Transylvania is in my blood. The genealogy shows that I'm descended from Vlad the Impaler. In case you need a quick history refresh, during the 1400s, Vlad III, commonly known as Vlad the Impaler or Vlad Dracula, was the Prince of Wallachia, modern-day Romania. According to NBC, his father adopted the last name of Dracul, meaning dragon, which meant Vlad's last name became Dracula, son of the dragon.
The genealogy shows that I'm descended from Vlad the Impaler, you see. So I do have a bit of a stake in the country.
Britain now has a monarch who is descended from the tyrant who dipped his bread in the blood of his impaled victims. So perhaps it's not surprising that Charles has murdered 2 princesses of Wales. This, after all, is a man who is close friends with the depraved Klaus Schwab, who is cut from the same degenerate cloth as the friends Charles is used to keeping. Charles was best friends with Britain's most notorious paedophile, Jimmy Savile, regularly hosting him at royal estates and using him as a sounding board for advice. Charles even asked Savile, who raped hundreds of children over the course of decades in the public eye, to be Prince William's godfather. What are the odds of both Charles and Andrew being best friends with the most notorious international paedophiles of their generation? How many times can these revelations be swatted aside and declared a coincidence? Now that Savile and Mountbatten are dead, and Charles's disgraced brother Andrew has been removed from the frontline duties, Charles is dedicating his time to usher in the globalist vision of a new world order, with all of the anti-human evil that it entails. But the evil doesn't stop there. Those at the top of the pyramid can't leave anything up to chance. And so instead of just relying on money to corrupt and control politicians, leaders, musicians, pundits, and anybody with a big audience, they place compromised pedophiles in positions of high power and perform ritualistic occult killings to their lord and master Baphomet, as and when the beast requires fresh blood. But the people are waking up and demanding the truth. We now have reports that Middleton's lawyer has confirmed that she is no longer among the living, and he will be forced to reveal the truth if the palace continues playing their sick Illuminati games. Here at the People's Voice, we are determined to continue exposing the elite until justice is served for humanity and they are held responsible for their crimes. But we need all the help we can get. Subscribe to the channel and join the People's Voice Locals community to support the channel, join our amazing team and gain access to exclusive and uncensored content. I hope to see you there.
All right. So now that's one perspective. Okay. Another girl was saying that there was
the princess
that there was a that she had a nervous breakdown, that she's in a psych ward, basically is what another girl was saying. Because William was cheating on her. Okay, this young man's got some interesting information. And I'm just gonna play it for you. Let you listen.
And after he got done telling me everything inside this meeting that was happening, I pretty much done. The sheriff called me yesterday, and after he got done telling me everything inside this meeting that was happening, I pretty much was nerve rattled after what I heard. But I'm going to tell you what the emergency, what's behind this emergency for the solar eclipse, what's the deeper intel, and not only that, how they want emergency communication systems to be implemented, what specific groups they're going to be targeting. We're about to get into all that right here, and information that I did separate research to try to link up and confirm more on this scenario. So he gets on the phone with me yesterday after they have this meeting. Who's this meeting with? It's with Homeland Security. So, and he said there were New York instructors there. I have a list right here. I took notes of every single thing that he said because I couldn't record his voice. Obviously, he's trying to stay discreet. He said they were focusing on anti-vaccine people, anti-government people, preppers, Trump supporters. He even goes into deeper in the scenario what we're going to get to here in a second. But he said they didn't want the public to have any communication between each other. Any communication at all. And we told you yesterday that sheriff that came out and said it could be a potential terror attack. Well, we got more intel on what could actually happen in the solar eclipse, but just listen to this 23-second clip really quick.
But that's not all that he's concerned about.
That people want to do us harm, use an event like this where a lot of people are gathered to do some type of terror event.
The director of the Lake County Emergency Management Agency told me they've been preparing for the solar eclipse now for about 2 years.
They've been preparing for this for 2 years. Imagine that, for 2 years. That sounds like a lot of preparation going into that. And in the video yesterday, I told you the military is getting into a building that they won the Allied War in World War II, which is Idabel, which you can find that video after this video. But let's get into this right now. So they don't want any communications between us. And what is the big event that they're doing? This is what he told me inside of Homeland Security yesterday they were talking about. He said, during the solar eclipse, while people are all out there looking, they're planning, the intel that they've got is a possible biological attack on people while the solar eclipse is freaking happening. Yes, I just said that, while the solar eclipse is happening. And you're like, okay, well, where are they going to do that? Well, all the people out for the solar eclipse, I'm potentially believing could be targets. Okay, so this is not speculation. This is totally inside information about what they said. And they're talking about how the first responders' mental health, they need to prepare because their mental health is going to be very, very, out of whack after this. So when he told me that they potentially might be doing a biological attack, that's the intel. Who's going to be doing it? I don't know. But however, I looked deeper, and then I seen that 3 weeks ago, none of us was paying attention to the fact that the FBI just had a training drill for a biological attack, and they're getting hospitals ready for it. So I want you to look at this video clip real quick and just look at what we all missed and how this lines up with the agenda.
Staff at multiple local hospitals are now better prepared to handle a potential emergency. The FBI spent time in 3 ERs today in our area, walking doctors, nurses, and other staff through what they could do in case of a bioterrorism disaster. 11 News reporter Elmer Mejia Segastumi is joining me live from Penrose Hospital, one of the locations that participated. An agent with the FBI told you that disasters like these help improve communications, or disaster exercises, I should say, help improve communication among staff and others.
Adam, a hospital official says that these drills are important in keeping the staff on their toes and prepared. They say the staff hospital does numerous drills throughout the years. It helps them determine what needs the hospital may have depending on the situation. Special Agent David Autry says no drill ever goes 100% perfectly, but they consider every drill a success because it helps them identify the things the FBI and hospitals need to improve on. Hospital officials say the disaster scenario was a toxin put in people's milk. The goal was to monitor how departments and agencies communicated with one another.
There's a need for all of us. There's no one single agency that can handle this alone. Again, we handle that law enforcement investigation, the lead from the federal side, but that includes our state and local partners from law enforcement, includes public health. When you look at a W&D event, it's going to require all partners to come together.
The FBI and local hospitals say that after these disaster scenario exercises.
Appreciate that super chat. Now, I have so much more to tell you, but please, while we're live right now, while you're watching this, share this out, more importantly, to your friends, to your family, to all the people that's going to be going to the solar eclipse, so we could potentially avert them getting hit with biological materials that is probably going to be dispersed on crowds when this event happens. That's the inside intel, and there's more intel than that we're finna get to right now. Target list, let's talk about how they're telling law enforcement in this meeting with Homeland Security, they're telling them on the population that, hey, look, we need you to enforce information because during the last pandemic, everything got out of hand. We need you to track their cell phones, which they did in the last pandemic. We need you to basically be in control. And why you think all the communication systems are upgrading? You see all these counties saying, oh, we got to upgrade the communication systems. And then you see where they're having all these meetings and stuff like that for the communication systems. So the reason they don't want any communication between us, because they said how the public was distrusting all of them, how we distrusted them during the ongoing operations of the first pandemic, because we're not just talking about what's happening in the solar eclipse, we're talking about the potential next plan, which he gets into here, and he talks about every single virus they talk about. And when I'm looking here, that's because I got this list. I told you I took notes. I wrote down all this stuff when he was talking to me on this phone call. So the communication basically is the reason why emergency stuff is coming out right now is because we're not going to have communication with each other. They're going to make sure that he said it's only going to be cell phone communication. Like, you're going to get emergency alert. The emergency systems, like I was saying, they're not going to be able to be like, you're going to have your Faraday bag ready, because the tracking system, somebody says, thank you, sis, Stephen, appreciate you. No problem. So the emergency systems, you need to get your Faraday bags ready, because they're going to be tracking you actively. They're going to be looking into that. They're going to be basically trying as much as possible to get who's on the target list. So the next thing is they talked about a lot of different virus things, virus scenarios. We want to get into that right now. And he was talking about the deer situation, right? The zombie deer thing. He said that was one thing that they said was going to jump to humans. And basically, since that's in a lab somewhere, you already know what's going on with that. They're whipping it up and they're going to try to make something jump. He also said that in this meeting with Homeland Security, they were talking about how they were going to be ready to lock people in their houses And he gave me this map as well. So the map is pretty much, he said, this is public knowledge right here. And this is basically the map here. So whenever environmental supposedly disasters happen, this is the response in all the states, and they call this apple tree map. Interesting. So moving past that, he said the main things inside his Homeland Security meeting that they talked about, what they were going to need to install certain people for the CDC's interest, meaning politicians that's puppets. They talked about Ebola. They talked about COVID, measles, and like I just said, the brain wasting disease. How to map out, this is the part where it gets crazy. Obviously, we've got some rain about to come, but we're going to be able to finish this before that happens. Mass casualty. How to map out the population and round up the homeless. So this is another thing they're talking about within these meetings. He's going to have a meeting also coming up. So you want to stay around, because Monday I'll be telling you about the next meeting, which martial law is what they're talking about in that one. But they're talking about locking people into their homes. 2, he said that they're going to try to get religious people on board with getting people to get the vax. So basically saying that the churches, the preachers and stuff like that, they're going to go around and they're going to have campaigns to try to push them to get you to trust them when they pull out this next version of whatever the pandemic is, so that you can go and take, you already know what they're going to be pushing. Somebody says, we are real out here, JWTV. Yeah, we are real. And this is all getting real. And I'm telling you, this information here, extremely. He said this was the composure of Homeland Security. They were extremely worried, he said, extremely worried. And so the first day was supposed to be an exercise. He said there was no exercise. And also they didn't allow any cell phones in the building because they didn't want anybody recording anything. So all the information here that I'm giving you, you're not going to get it anywhere else. This stuff should be spread out massively. Do you know how many lives could be saved during this event just because we avert this? And we know people are still going to say, well, I'm not going to not go. I'm going to go anyway. But let them do that. But the problem is the people who don't know, if this doesn't get to them, if they don't have a chance to basically avert what's coming. And that means that all of us should be prepared and ready if they're going to spread something biological. That's how the first half of this next event begins. Spreading something biological. All these people, hundreds of thousands of people out there. After that, they go back home. They go wherever they go. And then from there, it just amplifies and spreads. So this information here is so critical. And I'm leaving it on you. I'm leaving on every last one of you to choose the choice to get it out to others, because that's all I can do. YouTube is not going to do that. It's really up to you at this point. And if you just tuned in the video and you don't know what's going on, you got to watch the full video again. The video yesterday I put out linking to this is really important. You should see. Again, the donation link will be below to help JWTV out. We'll have more information coming Monday. You'll want to stick around for that because he has another meeting in his Homeland Security meeting. And we'll be telling you more about that scenario too. Stay safe, everybody, and be.
Yeah, I'm not freaking out about anything. I'm not gonna let myself get to
Wales came middle
where I'm freaking out about anything. However, I am going to keep an eye on things.
The sheriff called me.
Yeah. Let me see if okay, here's his let's see. Let me see. See if this works. If this works, then no, that's not it. That's definitely not it. Let's see.
We got a big problem on our hands here today, and we want to talk about that. And we got the article here, and it's called National Security Agencies Warn of 5G Network Vulnerabilities, Adversary Influence. And so we're also going to talk about 6G and everything else, the hypersensitivity that is happening due to all this. And if y'all could pull up the article about the national security agencies, we're going to read that to everybody here in just a second. And as you can see, it's a little.
All right.
It goes into the top.
So there's the link to where to find him and the type of stuff that he puts out. You know, I just thought it was kind of interesting. And I'm the kind of person that likes to, you know, some people can be wrong. Some people might be right. So, you know, you never know, you know. This guy. Yeah, make this go viral. Sir Oliver Pollock put it out. Make this go viral. The world needs to feel these lyrics. Too many Marias had suffered way too long. Enough. To all the little ones who were trafficked across the border.
Little Marie crossed that borderline with a man she did not recognize. Too young to know a heart-stained black was set. He said your parents are not far behind. They'll meet us on the other side as the badge moved them along and waved them in. Well, she held her cold expressions and they asked him a couple questions in a language she could barely comprehend. Then they put young Maria on a plane to meet some nice men far away. She never saw her mom and pa again. Going once the auctioneer picks up his gap. Going twice, Maria shakes in her red dress and spins her out. The silhouette of men abusing more than just their power. Then she sold at 12 years old because that silent auction wasn't loud.
This guy's name is Austin Foreman. I'm not sure if this is, I don't think this is TikTok. I think that this is Instagram. Yeah, I would look him up. Austin Foreman. Here, I'll type it in here. USTIN FORMAN. Okay, and might be able to find something on him. Let's see if we can find out who this guy is and what he's about and all that. All right, let's see. You know, you guys got access to those apps. Get to it. Find him because I think I think I want to hear the whole song. You know what I mean? I think I'd like to have him on as a guest maybe and have him play that song live. Yeah, what do you guys think? I think it would be kind of cool. All right. Speaking of the subject of trafficking, all right, keep sharing this until every voter in America sees it. All right. And this is important. What's going to unite us? What's going to bring everybody together? The children. That's what's going to bring everybody together. We know that 6 to 10% are going to be gone and are gone. You know, I'm not talking about kids. I'm talking about idiots. Okay. We know that we're going to lose 6 to 10%. Okay. But the fact of the matter is, it doesn't need to be our children. Okay. It doesn't need to be our children. You know, it's that simple. So let's take a listen.
There have been about 400,000 of these unaccompanied children that have come to the United States during President Biden's term of office. Can you tell us where they are now?
We can give you information on the vetting process and
no, I ask you, do you know where they are now?
As I said to you, we can tell you who the vetted sponsors were that received
That's
these
not
kids.
what I asked you. There have been about 400,000 of these unaccompanied children that have come to the United States during President Biden's term of office. Can you tell us where they are now?
We can give you information on the vetting process and
no, I ask you, do you know where they are now?
As I said to you, we can tell you who the vetted sponsors were that received
That's
these
not what
kids.
I asked you. There've been about.
He asked you, do you know where they are now? That's what he asked you. That's a pretty simple question. Pretty simple. It should be a straightforward answer. Yes or no. One or the other. Okay. The California put out bloodbath. President Trump was talking about the automotive industry. The left is lying again. Please drop this clip everywhere. Thanks. They are in full panic. Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Go and they think that they're going to sell those cars into the United States with no tax at the border. Let me tell you something to China. If you're listening, President Xi, and you and I are friends, but he understands the way I deal, those big monster car manufacturing plants that you're building in Mexico right now, and you think you're going to get that, you're going to not hire Americans, and you're going to sell the cars to us. Now, we're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected, now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole, that's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it. But they're not going to sell those cars. They're building massive factories. A friend of mine, all he does is build car manufacturing plants. He's the biggest in the world. I mean, honestly, I joke about it. He can't walk across the street. In that way, he's like Biden. But for building a plant, he can do the greatest plants in the world, right?
All right. Yeah, I see that. I'm looking to see. I'm not seeing it on his songs list, though. Yeah, it's not on his songs list. So, Silent Auction. Let me see. Is this the whole song?
Little Marie across that border.
How do you tell?
Little Marie across that borderline with a man she did not recognize. Too young to see his heart stained black with sin. He said your parents are not far behind. They'll meet us
I'm
on
just
the
checking
other
to see if it's
side.
the whole
Let's
song or
stroll
not.
them along and wave them in.
And,
Little Marie across that borderline.
All right, I'll have to check him out later. But yeah, absolutely going to subscribe, and then I mean he probably wouldn't even want to come on here. He's got like 36,000 viewers. Well, he could have 400 more, right? That's what I say. All right. Former federal prosecutor and judge absolutely destroys Biden and the DHS this fire, y'all. Y'all. She said, yo.
So as a former federal prosecutor and judge, I'll start today with a refresher on a few of the things that are currently illegal in the United States of America. It is illegal to traffic fentanyl in the United States of America. Human trafficking is illegal in this country. Theft is illegal in this country. Rape and murder are illegal in this country. What's more, the Department of Homeland Security has an absolute obligation to detain and remove those who enter this country illegally. We do not need more laws. We need a president of the United States and a secretary of the Department of Homeland Security who enforce the laws of this country. So as a former federal prosecutor and judge, I'll start today with a refresher on a few of the things that are currently illegal in the United States of America. It is illegal to traffic fentanyl in the United States of America. Human trafficking is illegal in this country. Theft is illegal in this country. Rape and murder are illegal in this country. What's more, the Department of Homeland Security has an absolute obligation to detain and remove those who enter this country illegally. We do not need more laws. We need a president of the United States and a secretary of the Department of Homeland Security who enforce the laws of this country.
That's pretty simple. I played it twice because how simple it was. I figured the second time would give a little explanation, you know. I know, I'm a smart ass. I know. I don't want to go into that one because I don't want to have to read it. Here's the let's see. Yeah, this one here, BLM and Antifa in the Capitol, never before seen. Don't ask how I got it. This is these guys in the Capitol there. So this guy's Antifa, and this guy here is BLM. So, yeah. Or vice versa, one or the other. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. Okay. Okay, this one I'm going to share with you because I just thought that this was really good. This is your sit back, close your eyes, and just listen for a minute. Because this is what a harmonica is supposed to sound like. Here we go. Oh, just lay back, just listen to that. Oh yeah, big facts, Sir Oliver Pollock says. Let's see what Black Flag's got to say today. Here we go.
Every single year in, year out, a lot of promises are made, a lot of commitments are made, a lot of I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that, and I definitely will. I'm going to achieve this and I'm going to achieve that, and then all of a sudden, it's not happening. Not at the pace that it should be happening. A lot of people are falling short on a consistent basis. Okay, and I understand life gets in the way, situations get in the way, obstacles get in the way, unforeseen things get in the way. You get blindsided by life. And the next thing you know, your hopes, wishes, and dreams get put on a shelf. And then that shelf collects dust. And as that shelf is collecting dust, you're moving through this universe like an NPC. You don't even know who you are anymore. Okay? We have to be able to get past this procrastinating situation that a lot of people are going through. And it really boils down to two things. One thing is fear. Fear is one of the biggest reasons why people procrastinate. Fear, false evidence appearing real. A lot of people will put their entire life on hold due to the fear of failure. The fear of failure is holding you back. There are people out here less qualified than you doing the things that they want to do and living their best life, and they're more qualified. They're less qualified than you. You're more qualified than them. Why do you think that is? Because they believe in themselves. They don't have that self-doubt. They don't believe in that negative self-talk. The fear of failure is one of the biggest things holding people back. You have to release that fear of failure. You have to let it go. We're all going to fail and we're all going to succeed at different things in different time periods. I failed a lot in my life, but all those failures were like rungs on a ladder leading me to my own success. See, the trick with failure is this. Sometimes people fail and they see it as, oh, man, I failed, I lost. I took that L as a loss. I'm just going to move on to the next thing. but they never take time to meditate on that L, which is really an L for learning, not loss. They never take time to meditate on it and try to figure out exactly why they failed. What factors put them in that situation, in that position, why they didn't succeed, and how can they learn from that and grow from it so they can move on to the next thing with better knowledge on how to not allow that previous thing to happen again. You have to take time. You have to take a pause in between your movements when something didn't go right for whatever reason, and you have to fully analyze it and completely break it down so that you can learn from it and figure out what the wrong move was and how you can fix that problem and add that to your database for success. You see, this is how you have to build. The procrastination is really based mostly on fear. And then you couple that with the second thing, which is laziness. We're living in a world today where everyone wants instantaneous gratification. They want instantaneous success. They don't want to go through the process. They don't want to trust the process. They don't want to, pay their dues. I had to pay my dues to get to where I'm at. I had to go through a process to get to where I'm at. I had to lose money. I had to fall short. I had to fail at things to get to where I'm at. I didn't just wake up and, been able to live the life that I'm living. I had to start from ground zero. And really, I started from ground -0. People don't see that part. They don't experience that part. They only want to see the success. And when they see the success, they go, how can I get on and be that successful as well? A lot of the teachings that I've put out over the years will give you enough information to shortcut the process a little bit, but you'll still have to pay your dues, and you're still going to have to do one main thing: take action. And if you're lazy, you can't take action if you're lazy. Laziness is not conducive to taking action. You got to get up off your butt. You got to stop binge watching TV shows that aren't paying you any money, right? If you're a fanatic at going to the gym for 5-6 hours, cut that gym time down to an hour and get your butt to work. Whatever it is that's keeping you locked in, to go in a different direction than your real dreams and your real birthright, you need to reduce it, balance it better, or cut it loose completely. Okay? I know guys that are my age. Now think about this. I'm a 70s baby, 1971. I know guys that are my age right now that are still chasing after women. Women are holding them back their entire life and they still can't. Kids that you done created? No, nothing. Still calling me asking to borrow a couple dollars. Are you kidding me? Come on, man. We got to do better. Laziness is a big problem. Laziness and distractions. And still always consistently talking about what they're going to do one day. But one day runs out. We're in the third dimension where we actually live on a linear time scale in this dimension. And one day runs out in this dimension, in this particular energetic form that you've taken for this period of time. It's not going to last forever. It's just not going to last forever. Now, we are eternal. We live forever spiritually, but our mission is to maximize our time in the third dimension in this physical form that we have here now. How can we help bring heaven to earth? How can we create and build something here? How can we learn from our past mistakes here? Earth is a proving ground to get to the next level. And if you're into procrastination mode, you're not going to get to the next level. You may fool yourself in thinking you're getting to the next level, but in reality, what's happening is you're just doomed to restart and recycle and come back and do it all over again until you figure it out. You see, there's people on this planet that are 10 and 15 years old that are ancient, and their own mother or father could be 40, 50, and it could be their first time here. They could be newborns in the spiritual realm. We have to understand to maximize our time. Stop procrastinating. Write down the goals. Reverse engineer your goals. Start with the end in mind. When I write my goals down, I don't start, okay, my first goal is to, no. I go to the end goal first, and then I go backwards from there. I reverse engineer my goals. I'm going backwards. I go to the future, then I travel backwards in time to my current moment. And each one of my goals has a subtitle and a paragraph. And that paragraph gives me my action steps. because I know without an energy exchange, none of these goals are going to come to fruition. You must have action steps to bring your goals to fruition, or they will never, ever, ever happen. That's guaranteed. You have to back your conscious thought by action so that you can get the manifestation. Without the action, no manifestation, no reality unfolds for you in the way that you would like to see it unfold. And you can hope and wish and pray and dream all you want. But without that action, it's just not going to happen for you. Not in this lifetime. I had a podcast with Elizabeth the other day on Biohack Your Best Life. We talked about dream boards. Some people call them vision boards. Get on Amazon and get yourself a dry caulk board and put it on your wall or somewhere where you can see it. And then get on your phone or your computer and connect it to a printer, preferably a color printer, and start printing out things that you want to manifest in your life. They could be tangible things or non-tangible things. We have tangible things on our board, right? Private jets and yachts and things like that. But we also have intangible things on our board as well, like us smiling, pictures of us laughing, happiness. Okay, happiness. Trips that we would like to take and spend time with each other, quality time. It doesn't always have to be tangible things, but fill that dream board up with things. And then get on your computer or get out a good old-fashioned pen and paper and start writing down the accomplishments that you want to see. I call them benchmarks in the order that they should appear in your life. Don't get overzealous. Put them in the correct order, because don't forget, you got to pay your dues. And once you get those things written down in that order, then you begin to take them out, and now you're going to create subcategories for each one of those things, and you're going to actually create paragraphs that talk about the action steps. If you want to go even deeper, you take each one of those specific things and break them out into another page, one thing at a time. Each thing gets its own page, a full list of goals and planning that it will take to achieve that one benchmark. And then you celebrate your benchmarks. When you reach a benchmark, you celebrate it. Now, don't spend all your money. Don't go broke celebrating your benchmark, but you must acknowledge it. You must celebrate it. It could be something as simple as a toast or a nice dinner somewhere, or, you know, whatever it is that you feel like is a celebration, a day or two off, whatever it is. But you have to acknowledge it and smell the roses and celebrate the benchmark in some way, shape, or form. And then you move on to the next benchmark and the next benchmark. And then after you know it, 5, 10, 15 years later, when you look up, everything on that dream board, or most of the things on the dream board, are going to have been accomplished. And you're going to say, wow, I did it. I really did it. You see? The procrastination and the fear and the laziness is really holding back a lot of people that have better qualifications than people who don't even have the level of knowledge, understanding, or even skill in some areas that they have, but they've maximized their time here. Some people may call it overachieving. I call it grinding. I call it grinding. There's people out here that are much more knowledgeable than me. I'm not the smartest person in the world. I'm pretty smart, but there's people smarter than me in different areas. You know what? I will never let anyone outwork me, though. I guarantee you that. They will never outwork me. It's impossible to outwork me. It just can't happen. But see, that's my mindset. So through sheer grinding and effort, I make up the distance between my knowledge and their knowledge, their success and my success. I bridge the gap with energy. A lot of people think that money is what you should be going after. Money's not what you go after. You don't go after. I was talking to somebody just yesterday who has an amazing amount of knowledge and specialty skill. And I said to him, you should write a book about this. And he was like, why do you think I should write a book? I said, well, you can help a lot of people with this knowledge. He was like, well, I don't know. Then I said, as a test, well, you can make a lot of money too. You go, really? I can make money? I said, yeah, but see, I was just testing you to see where your mind was at, where your heart was at. If you're chasing money, it'll never be successful. You have to chase your passion. And then you have to find a need for that passion in the world. And when you find a need for that passion in the world, and you put forth that energy exchange to supply that need, money shows up in your bank account as a side effect. You don't chase money. You chase your passion and fulfill it. And money is a side effect of you doing that. If you chase money, it's like chasing a carrot. It's like a greyhound dog at the dog track chasing after that little thing, whatever they make him run around the track. He never catches it. Never catches it. But they run their asses off. They run as fast as they can, but they never catch that thing, whatever that is, a little rabbit or whatever artificial rabbit they put on the little track. They never catch it. And they try and they try and they try, but they never catch it. They run fast. They never get it. You have to be in a position to understand that chasing money is a waste of time. It's a waste of energy. Every day when I wake up, I think about how many more people I could change, how many more people I can help, how many more people can get this knowledge. At the end of the day, there is going to be a sacrifice for them to get this knowledge. They might have to buy a book. They might have to come on tour with me to Egypt or Cambodia or Turkey or one of these places we're taking people to. They may have to make a financial sacrifice to do that. They may have to make a financial sacrifice to come to one of my online classes or workshops. That's just all part of the matrix that we're in. There's nothing I can do about that. The fact of the matter is I'm putting out the information, and even if they don't buy anything from me, they still have to spend money, because I've got now my shorts and my reels and clips on social media have reached over 1 billion views. My cumulative video clips have reached over 1 billion views. That means a lot of free knowledge, because that's all free, but it ain't really free, is it? Because why? The point I'm making here is you have to buy a cell phone. You have to buy a computer, one of the two, or a tablet. Then you have to activate it. You got to pay an activation fee. You have to pay for the monthly payment on that device to access these videos that I'm putting out for quote unquote free. You see, nothing truly is free. Free is an illusion. It's an illusion. Because unless you pay for your cell phone bill and buy the device, you won't be able to watch any of the content that I put out. So you're making a sacrifice either way it goes. There's no universe that we're living in is based on consumption. Have you figured that out yet? to create revenue that then is used as a tool to give to some.
All right. So, yeah, so this is Billy Carson. I'm going to drop the link into the chat for this. But as you can tell, X is kind of glitching out on us a little bit here. So we're gonna bypass this real quick. We're gonna start off with Melissa Redfield. Here we go. This is just because I got to go out and tend the fire, and I'm gonna have to be out there for a few minutes. So,
ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the horribly and unfairly treated January 6th hostages.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God. Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you have not signed up for the beef giveaway yet, okay, there is the link. I just dropped it in there. If I can get somebody to drop it over onto the Facebook side and on the X side, that would be awesome. Guys, that is Donovan Lamb came on and did an interview with us this week and announced that he's doing a whole health bundle giveaway. Which is basically about $240 worth of grass-fed beef delivered to your home, and entries are free. So please, if you have not entered yet, please do so, and get an entry in. For those of you that have made a purchase in the last couple of days, any purchase that you make, I believe that you're automatically put into the drawing. I'm not positive though, but I know that if you sign up and they see that you placed an order, they'll put an additional 3 entries in for your chances. So yeah, so yeah, it's all right. Now I'll let this go. I gotta run and go check on the fire. I'll be back shortly, and I'm listening on my phone. So.
Well, thank you very much. And
I wasn't meaning to do that. I wasn't meaning to get all teary. Hey there, Patriots. I'm so glad to see you. I'm so glad that we are here together. Welcome to those who are coming in through X and those who are coming in through Facebook. And it's amazing that the Lord has given us the ability to be back on those platforms. So I'm very shocked and happy that we are back there. We are told to never leave the digital battlefield. Well, I didn't leave it, but we were kicked off of it, but we are back by, this is amazing. So welcome if you're here from whatever place. This is the Freedom Force Battalion. We look at the current events in the light of God's word, because what we're experiencing is biblical. We are seeing the day when our enemies will be just cast out. Really, to be honest, it will be a bloodbath. To be honest, it will be. Hey, welcome, you guys. I'm so glad. Good morning. I'm so happy to have you here on the Lord's Day. We pray together. We open God's word together. We look at what's happening in, like I said, in the light of God's word. So I hope you really enjoyed. If you're new here, go to our website. It's freedomforce.live, Live, Freedom Force. We are taking the kingdom by force, as our Lord Jesus told us. His kingdom come, his will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And that's what we're going to see. We're going to see 1,000 years of peace. I'm not going to go into it right this minute, but these are my books about end times. Been teaching God's word for many, many years, and the Lord helped me to decode Revelation. So if you want to know the truth, the wonderful truth about end times, it's right here, End Times in 1,000 Years of Peace. You can listen to me, read it to you, and the major clues from minor prophets. And this is biblical. We're seeing this happening in our day. This is all of our social media. I will not be putting the Facebook or the X over here. That all of our other social media is over here. But if I link and they said though that the link comes from me, it will endanger my channel. I lost my channel before because I put the link. So, or YouTube. They're all x.com, facebook.com, youtube.com/Melissa Red Pill. Okay, Melissa Red Pill. And if you're new here, you'll find out, I do sometimes come out with shocking things. I'm going to talk about some shocking things here at the end, but let's first talk about our wonderful president. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe. I always forget that. I always forget. So thank you guys for all you guys reminding everybody to like and share and subscribe. So thank you so much. I'm so glad that we are here because our job is to tell the good news. I was just having this conversation with these ladies and they were so happy to finally hear some good news. And this is what our job is, to tell the good news of the kingdom. His kingdom is coming. We're going to have 1,000 years of peace, guys. We're going to have longevity. We're going to have lives. Our children will not be doomed to misfortune. We'll live as long as trees. I'll read some of that to you maybe here in a little bit. But yeah, we have a wonderful future to look forward to. This is St. Patrick's Day. Welcome. Happy St. Patrick's Day. St. Patrick, I've just posted some videos yesterday about St. Patrick. And I think if you guys watched them, did you see them? I'm watching the chat to see if anybody watched. This is the Hill of Tara, T-A-R-A, the Hill of Tara. Looks like a figure 8 to me. I'm just saying, looks like a very big, bright green figure 8, which is the symbol, one of the symbols of our movement. And this is biblical. This is literally biblical. This is where the original, the transplanted Judah kings were coronated right here on the Hill of Tara. And you're going with me in June. We're going to Tara in June. I'm going to let you guys go with me if you want to. And so it's going to be so fun to be there together and to see all these things. I've been researching and learning more things. So stay tuned. I'll be sharing more of my research with you here in the next couple of months when I get it all together. But this is, I have tons of research on it as far as, you look on my website, freedomforce.live, right here at the categories, and you can research. I've got 1,000 videos, the categories right here. If you search on here under the categories, you'll see Lost Tribes of Israel and Tara, and really, which we maybe called it Tara. I think it's pronounced Tara, but it is the true line of Judah that is to rule, and our president is from both lines of Judah. This is so biblical. This is so biblical. All right. So this is welcome to St. Patrick's Day celebration. I've got my bright green. I hope you guys have on your bright green. And because this is the beautiful green grass of Ireland. So St. Patrick driving out snakes from Ireland since 461 AD. This is what we're doing. We're driving out the snakes. That's why we celebrate St. Patrick's Day. You're like, why do we celebrate St. Patrick's Day of all the people? Because so many of our people in our country have this heritage. We have the heritage of the Judah kings. We really, really do. We are destined. There's no doubt about it. We are destined to cast out the evil ones. This is our heritage. We are the Omer. See back in the back, I've got the Omer. We are the Omerica, which is the blessing bundle, the Jubilee bundle that will cast out the evildoers and that we will save the world. This is our heritage. This is our destiny. So Patrick banished little snakes from Ireland came after his death. So there are actually, if you look it up, I'm sorry, my eyes are, I can't stop crying. The Ireland has no snakes, no indigenous snakes. Isn't that an interesting little factoid, right? And it's in fact God that Patrick, through God's power, delivered the nation from that old serpent, the devil, and his demons, who dominated the people's hearts and minds. This is what we're doing. We're going to eradicate the demons. That's really what this is about. The end times for the demons running things. It's amazing. We're living in this day. Who would tell me on here? Yeah, thank you, Blondie. I don't always mean to come up with a shocker, but I do. I'm like, I said something that's a shocker. So who is so happy that we are getting to live in this day? Just rejoicing. Not only are you living in this day, but you're not afraid. You're seeing how this is biblical, and you're being part of the Lord's army. How amazing. I know I say that all the time, but it's just so amazing that we get to be a part of this day, that the prophets for thousands of years wanted to live in this day, and we get to. We get to see his kingdom come on earth and to be a part of it. What an amazing thing. So don't ever let anybody rob your joy of being a part of what, the Lord chose you for this amazing day. It's amazing. Did I say amazing enough? All right. So March 17th, 2018, there was a very cool post. Next week, boom, boom, boom. We'll see. We will find out if there's something big going to happen next week. There are some things going before the Supreme Court. As you know, Mike Lindell, our amazing patriot, Mike Lindell. Don't forget to go to LindellOffenseFund.org. And as always, just whatever we can do to support him, continue to pray, support them financially. He's gone before the Supreme Court because he's provided all this evidence of election. I'm going to say the word. I'm afraid to say the word over here on Facebook. I heard this streaming, you can get away with saying more stuff, but I'm still scared. But yeah, he's taken this case to the Supreme Court to deal with, to show all of the evidence about this election. And I just saw something. Oh my goodness. What was it? Hang on. I just saw something today. What was it? I said, and I just posted it just before I came on here that oh gosh, what was it? Y'all tell me, what did I just post? I literally just posted it before I came on here. Something about, hang on, just hold on with me, because it was something that he just came out with. Okay, hold on. I don't normally do this, but I'm like, okay, I have to tell you guys. It was something. Oh, and I got to talk about Netanyahu. Okay, sorry, you guys. What was it that he said? Something. Okay. Was it that? No, that was not it. Sorry. I got so much already. Every day is something big. Mike Lindell. Have I even shared it yet? I may have not even shared it yet. It was about the, he may actually misspelled it. What was the word? Okay. I'm going to get it. It's going to come to it's 11:11, you guys, right? I'm going to come up with it because it's really big. So here's a red pill for you this morning. He came out with the keys. What do you call it? The keys were actually in the machines to be able to access them, to go into them. I can't remember the word. Somebody type the word in for me. That there's the function keys to break, to crack open the machines were actually, in the machines themselves, whatever. So that he's taken that to the Supreme Court. What's the word? Somebody tell me. Anyway, eventually it'll come to my brain. But yeah, so that's what he just posted. He's got the evidence that they had the code to crack into it, to be able to manipulate the numbers. Yeah, and that's going to the Supreme Court. Another thing that's going to the Supreme Court is that they're saying, can the government influence the social media? Oh, we have to be able to control misinformation. Does the government get to do that and to control social media? Our forefathers never imagined, the social media like we have nowadays, but it was not so different from controlling the press. Okay. It's basically the free press. So that's going before the Supreme Court, I think, as of today, or Monday, that this is something that's hugely important, that has been going through the process, just like Mike Lindell is going through the process. Every patriot the Lord has called into this battle has been working tirelessly day after day after day, some to deal with elections, some to deal with a variety of things. Us, how this is biblical, and each one of us doing the job that the Lord has given to each one of us to do, to set things right. Oh, what an amazing thing. Don't forget, like I said, mypillow.com, use the promo code Melly. They've got 80% off right now. Go and get some things from Mike just to support what they're doing. And all these, it's a huge undertaking. He spent $40 million. Unbelievable, patriot. If anybody ever talks bad about Mike Lindell, I'm like, you guys are nuts. All right, so boom, boom, boom. Next week, could it be those things? Could it be those, boom, who knows? Anybody got an idea thank you, Blessed 1957. Thank you, decryption keys. You're the best. Thank you, Blessed 1957. Decryption keys. Mike Lindell has given them evidence of the different decryption keys. I'm so glad we're going live now, because y'all can help me. I love you guys so much. I'm so glad I've needed you guys all this time. I needed to have you guys on here to tell me the answer when full things and make my brain work. Anyway, all right. So who knows? Tell me what you think these booms potentially could be next week. Is it going to be next week? I don't know, but I know a lot of good stuff's going on. All right. So then this is the biggest thing that's going out through the news. Oh my goodness. You'd think that the world had come to an end because everybody in the news, all the fake news, that's all they're talking about is the bloodbath. Oh, can you believe he's saying if he's not elected, there's going to be a bloodbath, and look at him. And this is what wakes people up. This is what wakes people up when they go, you know what? They're lying. When you listen to the clip, they're lying about him. Go on my social media. You will find the whole clip. I'm going to play it right here, but I want you to find it over there where I think I just typed it in bloodbath. Just search bloodbath over on my social media, and you'll be able to share this with your friends and family, because then they'll see these people are liars. They're the enemy of the people. Check it out.
Not going to be able to say.
That's way too light. Hang on. Let me make it a little bit louder. Let's go 100%. Let's go 100. Check it out.
And you're not going to be able to sell those guns. If I get elected, now if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole.
Okay, that's where they stop it. That's where they end it. That's where they just take out that little clip. These dishonest, lying sacks of,
It's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it. But they're not going to sell those cars. They're building massive factories. A friend of mine.
It's about the car industry. It's about the car industry. It's going to just decimate the car industry if he's not elected. That's what he was talking about. And they know that. They know that. These people are the enemy of the people. Oh, they're maddening. But for us, I'll take it as good news that we can use that clip right there, that little clip. I just posted it just before it came on here. Go and pull that clip and share it with your family and friends. You can forward it. You can save it to your phone and email it, text it, send it on a carrier pigeon with this little leg. Somehow send this to people so they can see how the media lies and distorts and disinformation and misinformation and all that. So now we've got Elon Musk. Elon Musk has been putting on to social media the fact checking. You know how they're so mad because they're being fact checked on Facebook, on X. All these years, they've been able to get away with all their lies because they weren't being fact checked. Our truth was getting fact checked. They were lying about what we were saying about the jab or whatever. But now look at this. Biden's getting fact checked. That's so great. I'm just loving it. Okay. So tell me I'm on X. Is anybody with me on X? I want to make sure that I'm on X. Yay. Oh, it's called Bloodbath. I'm sure that's going to make them real happy that I'm calling this thing Bloodbath. Yeah, let's see what else. If I've got, yes, okay, yes, I'm on both. Oh my goodness, what a great deal. Look at this. This is an amazing thing. There's your boom right there that we are live everywhere. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. So thank you so much, Elon Musk, for what he's doing to make sure that we have a platform and to fact check these people. Look at this. Is to be clear, Donald Trump is referring to the automotive industry and an economic bloodbath. The clip does briefly mention the cars, but additional context is needed. So yeah, now everybody can know, and everybody's finding this out on X and on different platforms that the whole thing was a scam. Yeah, and while they're still promoting the scam, and we are blasting it out of the water, just like I talk about in Joel 2, right? You remember Joel 2, right? We go over the windows and through the walls, we just burn down every bit of lies. That's what we're doing. We're burning down all the lies. It's a bloodbath of lies, right? Oh my goodness. President Trump was having so much fun yesterday morning. He was on a roll. Check this one out. Oh, now it's too loud. Come on, people. Give me a 75%.
Visiting angels, America's choice in home care.
That's so funny. This is just so fun. Oh my goodness, he was just having a big time. All right, I'm going to talk about that in just a second. Let me just first show you this one. He also put one like that. I didn't share the one that he had because it was Fonny, and he's sitting there thinking of Fonny and all of her negligee. It was more than I could take. I just got to be honest. So look at this one. It's so funny.
Did you go to a cabin with Miss Willis ever?
Ever?
Ever.
No.
It's so amazing, so hilarious. Yeah. Oh my goodness, these people. They're not even good liars. You know, if you're going to be a liar, you got to be good at it. Yeah, they need to practice more. Yeah. All right. So, okay, I'm going to show you one more, and then we're going to jump into the thing. This is what Dan Scavino posted about never give up. Oh my goodness, this is so great. Okay. You guys have to save this to your phone and make sure that you constantly watch this. If you ever feel like giving up, remember this girl. Unbelievable. I'm so proud of her. Check it out. So she somehow or another gets tripped up.
Gordon falling down, gets up quickly, but that's going to cost her. Lucky she wasn't injured.
Her teammate just went to the front, though, so they may be able to recover from that. And Dordan is flying down the backstretch. She is going to catch Fondor, and she may catch the leader. Wow.
She's got five.
This is a gutsy effort by Dordan. She's moving to third. Dordan coming down the stretch from the outside. Dordan going up strong. Dordan all the way.
Woohoo! That's us. We got these long legs and we're just trucking on down. I love it. Never give up. Never give up. I don't care what they say. I don't care what happens. President Trump has talked about this 7 months is not that long of a time, but a lot of crazy stuff could happen in that 7 months. So whatever happens, don't give up. We're going to win. Always remember, we're going to win. We're going to win. This is the promise of the Lord. This is his. And just like, okay, and I know I've shown you guys who are here, you've seen this before, but if you ever start to wonder, oh, well, maybe Melly's wrong, look at the sign of the Son of Man. Look at this sign the Lord put in the heavens. He has it delineated. And this is my website right here, right there. But it's delineated in Revelation 12:1-2, and it appeared September 23rd, 2017. And just after that, we started to wake up. The Lord has this all planned according to precision timing. And I think potentially it's a 7-year battle, which is coming up September 2024. So we'll see. We will see. Don't ever give up. Don't ever give up. So we're just going to keep in here. We're going to keep in here fighting. So he says November 5th will be the most important day in American history, and says it will be the last election if Democrats win. Consider how they're importing the illegals and weaponizing the justice system. This could definitely be true. If we don't win this election, this is from Kaneko the Great. I think this one is from this is from Pepe Deluxe. He says, if we don't win this election, I don't think you're going to have another election, or certainly not an election that's meaningful. Okay, that is President Trump. November 5th, I believe, is going to be the most important date in the history of our country. I believe that the country is weaponizing law enforcement for high-level election interference against Biden's top political opponent. Who would agree? We all agree. We all agree. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. And they've been saying, you know what Trump will do? If he goes in, he's going to weaponize the justice system. Okay, just like maybe what you've been doing. Maybe like what you've been doing for years since he took office, and the Russia, and all the impeachment and all the indictments and all that. Yeah, maybe like that. He would have learned from the best if he does. It is going to be a bloodbath. That's what they know. They know it's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be prosecutions like you never saw in your life. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be so fun. Oh, it's going to be so fun to watch, to enjoy the show. All right. So, this is what he was saying here. Check it out.
If this election isn't won, I'm not sure that you'll ever have another election in this country. Does that make sense? I don't think you're going to have another election in this country if we don't win this election I don't think you're going to have another election, or certainly not an election that's meaningful. And we better get out, and we better. I actually say that the date, remember this, November 5th, I believe it's going to be the most important date in the history of our country. I believe that. This country is weaponizing law enforcement for high-level election interference against Biden's top political opponent. Never happened. We're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let it happen.
Yep. Something's going to happen, and they're not going to let them steal this. Does that mean that if they try, then the military? Did you see the post that I put out, you guys? Did you see the one where I was talking about the Elon Musk was called in to do the switcheroo? So instead of the CIA getting our DMs and all of our information and using X for spying on us, now it's switched because now we have all their DMs, all their direct messages, all their what they're posting. That is what it was, a huge military operation to switch it out. That's what, anyway, I thought that was a really cool post. All right, so here's where President Trump says they hate our country. They hate our country. It's not that just we have a difference of opinion. These people literally hate our country.
Year-old nursing student, incredible person, Laken Riley, who was brutally murdered in Georgia last month while out on a morning run. She was so badly beaten up, unrecognizable. Can you believe it? Laken's killer was set loose into the United States through Joe Biden's program of releasing military-age males into our communities after they've illegally crossed our southern border. And that's what happened. That this animal came in. Laken Riley would be alive today if Biden had not unleashed a savage attack on America. And that's what he's done. But instead of apologizing to Laken's family, Joe Biden apologized to the killer for calling him illegal. I shouldn't have done that. Oh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have called him illegal. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'd like to apologize to the killer. He's more concerned with the killer. He couldn't even pronounce her name right. He's more concerned with the killer than he is with Laken. And that's the problem. They're more concerned with criminals they are with the people of our country that built our country, that are keeping our country afloat. Because that's all. With the policies they have, all you can do is keep it afloat. And you'll be lucky if you do that. And let me tell you, 7 months is not a long time in one way. In another time, it's eternity. Because these guys can do damage like nobody's ever. I don't know. They either hate our country or they're grossly incompetent. And anybody that can cheat on elections the way they do is not incompetent, okay? I think they hate our country.
Yep, they hate our country. People need to see that. People need to understand that we don't just have a difference of opinion. There are people who've usurped, who say that they are Americans and they don't love America. They don't love Republicans. They don't love Democrats. They don't love anybody except themselves. And they are using our country for evil. And that's just what people have to understand. So here's where he said, join us. If you've awakened to this and you realize this is outrageous, what's going on at the border, or what's going, all of these things that are happening, these poor people, imagine being on a subway train, someone gets on there and starts shooting and you're just a sitting duck. Thank God that person disarmed the one with the gun. I guess you knew that. The guy pulled a gun, the good guy who was getting, who was potentially going to get shot, he grabbed the gun and shot the bad guy. So everyone on the subway was saved. It could have been, talk about a bloodbath. All right, so yeah, join us. Send this out to your friends too.
We clinched a thing called the Republican nomination for President of the United States. And to all Republicans, independents, and disillusioned Democrats, of which there are many, I invite you to join our movement to save our country. We're going to save our country. This is the greatest movement in the history of our country.
Yes, join us, everybody. If someone shared this video with you, one of the Freedom Force Battalion people shared this with you. Join us. We're going to have beautiful, bright days. We're going to stop all this mayhem, and it's going to be beautiful. We all need to realize we're not each other's enemy. The enemy is those who've been running things. Yeah, it's the bad guys. That's who that is. All right. So then he said, we will love each other. Oh my goodness, I love it.
Is failing. We're a failing nation. Our country is failing. We're a nation in decline. We're going to turn this around. We're going to make America great again, greater than ever before. We're going to love each other again. We're going to unite as a country. We are going to create this country. We are going to have a country that's greater than it has ever been before. Go out and vote. We love you. I love being with you. This is a special place to me. We won every single time. I'd vote for Bernie Moreno. He's a great guy. He'll be
Oh my goodness, he's making me cry again. I just finally stopped crying. Now he's gonna get me started again. Have you ever heard a politician say he loves you? I just love that we'll love each other, that we'll no longer be at each other's throats, and all this misinformation and disinformation that they're doing, it's going to be stopped, and that we won't have them trying to divide us. We won't be the divided states. We'll be the United States, and we'll love each other. Oh my goodness. All is, as it says in Revelation chapter 20, it says there will be no more deception. No more deception. None. It's like hard to imagine because there's been so much. It's just been everything. You don't know what to trust, right? You have to vet every little thing. It's just constant. It's so exhausting, right? So this is great, but it's so fun because in the past we just believed whatever they said, but now it's getting all fact checked up on them. So it's so fun. We're seeing it happen. Like that deception of the bloodbath that just came out. It was live. In real time, we saw it being reversed. So there's no more deception if there's fact checking. If all, there's just no way their lies just won't hold up. Who thinks that's cool? Me. I think that's amazing. I'm so excited about that. All right. So, he was talking about this teleprompter. Look at these teleprompters over on each side. I'm going to move myself out of the way so you can see it. But yeah, they're just waving in the wind. So he's over there trying to read his comments, what he's wanting, his speech, and the things are just, imagine you're trying to read this. It's ridiculous.
Under Biden, the cost of rent is up 30%. Groceries are up 30%. Everything is up. Chicken's up. Bread is up. And I can't read this damn teleprompter.
Okay, yeah. Okay, but you see the side of his head. Okay, that was, his teleprompter really. So he had to pretty much just wing his whole speech from that point because it was so windy out there. And I'm sure that's going to be solved because they can do better than that. He was saying that these people shouldn't get paid because they put out here something in this outside windy area, which is ridiculous. It was just flapping in the wind. So check this out. Check his hat, 45-47. Have you seen that before? Have you seen that? 45-47, as in we were told on the board that we would never relinquish our country to these criminals again. After he got power, when he was elected, November 8th, 2016, which is exactly when, on the sign of the Son of Man that I've told you about, that's exactly when Jupiter, Melchizedek, entered into the womb on this great sign of the Son of Man, was that very day. Y'all, this is biblical. If you haven't seen this, go to my site and look up sign of the Son of Man under the categories. Look up sign of the Son of Man. You'll see more about it. But yeah, look at his hat though. He's saying, let me back it up. Where was I? Yeah. 45-47. Yes, they are doing their evil. I'm not saying that, Biden is not, he's leading all these things, the border and all this, but it's all this military operation that President Trump is the commander in chief over. Unfortunately, it has to be this way to expose them. There were not enough people. Just look back, think in your mind how it was even in 2020, there was so much disinformation. People were still buying into the baloney. And right now the people are not getting jabbed anymore. They're like, no, we don't trust these. We don't trust the AMA. We don't trust the jabs. We don't trust all these things anymore. People have awakened to a much, much greater extent. It had to be this way, so there wouldn't be a civil war. That's what they wanted. They wanted us at each other's throats, just like during the Civil War. That's really what the Civil War was about. They got everybody at each other's throats to kill their brothers, to kill their countrymen, their own countrymen. That's what they wanted. We know that. And so here we are all these years later, where we're joining together. As he says, we will love each other. We'll all join together to fight our common enemy. And that's what we constantly have to say. Be really careful not to, dog on Democrats. If you notice on my posts, I don't really talk about Democrats, because it's a uniparty. It's Democrats and Republicans. Our enemy is the cabal, this deep state criminal cabal. And so what we're trying to help people see is this communist mentality, this leftist mentality, but not really Democrats. Okay, so because we just want to make sure that there's nothing that would cause people to feel this disunity. We want to find how can we bring people together, right? And that's what he's talking about. Anyway, 45 through 47. I think that's what that means on his hat. All right, so I thought that was pretty cool. So yeah, he's talking about his teleprompter.
5 mile an hour wind. And then they say Trump's a bad guy, because I'll say this: don't pay the teleprompter
look
company.
Look, see him waving in the wind. Y'all see on each side. Look at him waving.
Don't pay. Don't pay. And then he'll say, Trump didn't pay me. And they'll say, oh, Trump's a horrible human being. He's terrible. They gave me a pile of crap that this is the craziest thing.
I know. Exactly. I love it. All right. So I wanted you to see that. And then let's see. He's talking about here about Fanny's. Okay, check it out.
Take JD. Who the hell are you, Senator? Little I'd slap you around. No, he used to kill people if he didn't like their company at dinner. He'd kill them. He got indicted less than I did. My father's looking down, and my mother was such a beautiful woman. And she's looking down with my father, and she's saying, how the hell did our boy get 4 indictments? And not only that, all these local cases like Fanny. It's spelled Fanny. It's spelled Fanny like your ass, right?
He's so funny. He really should be a stand-up comic. All right. So yeah, he is a crack up, Roy. So here, yes, thank you. The corporation, the U.S. corporation, is bankrupted, and all the debt is in the hands of the criminal cabal, just as it says in Proverbs 13, the wealth of the wicked is stored up for the righteous. That all that, they're going to hold the debt, and we're going to hold the wealth, and all the currency throughout the world will be backed by gold. This is what we're headed toward. This is we're headed toward. And it says in Habakkuk 2, it says that they will be left penniless and helpless. That's them. They're holding all the debt. It's so fun. It's so fun to watch. And yeah, so this is and we're going to have our republic restored. We're going to have our Constitution back instead of what they stole from us after the Civil War. If you haven't looked at the Act of 1791, is that it? 17? What's it? Yeah, help me out again, everybody. Help me out again. The Act of 1792. Y'all tell me. During that time, that's when they hijacked our Constitution. If you haven't looked it up, go search it over on my categories, freedomforce.live. Go to the categories, and you can see. Just say act of. I'll just do that real quick while we're here. I'll say act of. When you search for it, you can say act. Let's see. Let me just see if I can say act. If it'll pull it right up. Got so many videos. Okay, 1871. That's the one. Act of 1871 was when they hijacked our Constitution and turned us into a corporation. We're going to have our republic back. So thank you very much for mentioning that. Yes, wealth transfer. Hey, Miss Dana. Hey, love you too. I'm glad to see you. Dana's one of our Team Melly. We're going to be going to Mar-a-Lago here in April. So you guys are going with us. You guys are going. Can you imagine? We're all going to go to Mar-a-Lago together. It's going to be so fun. Hey, all right. So this one, let's see what else is the next one. All right. So this is where, he's dogging on Pelosi. Of course, this is because, as you know, Kash Patel has been exposing that President Trump called out, say authorized. I shouldn't say called out. Reverse that. He authorized for the National Guard to be brought out on January 6th, but Pelosi would not call them to come until after the Fedsurrection was over. Okay, check it out.
Now, think of it. That means you've threatened somebody 7 times. I want money. I want this.
Oh, he's talking about Adam Schiff right here. Right here, you say Adam Schiff was. Remember how he just lied? Absolutely lied that he was. President Trump is like a mafia boss, and he's threatening Zelensky. He's like, no, he did not, and he had the video, the audio to prove that he did not do that. And so everybody knew that Schiff had lied. And so what do? They just go into the next lie. When one falls, they go into the next one, and they figure people forget. Well, we haven't forgotten. Over and over and over all their lies.
And then you say it again. I want money. I never spoke to the guy. He would think I'm a total lunatic. Okay. But he said 7 times and he made the speech in Congress. I said, good, I'll sue this guy. Then I learned you can't sue any congressman because they have total immunity. If they can say whatever they want in Congress. But here's what they didn't know. The phone call, because it was a White House call, and for some reason it happened to be on tape. So I let them go more and more. The stories got wilder and wilder. Then we released the tape. And Nancy Pelosi, who's major sleaze, by the way, a major sleaze. Nancy Pelosi, she said to her people, what the hell did you get me into? You hear this call? He didn't do any of this stuff. And you know what they said? Let's just pretend he did and keep going forward. That's how that whole thing came. So she knew it was false because she heard it. But I will tell you this. After they made up the story and then after that they heard the tape, they died. They didn't know that phone call was taped. That was one good case of a phone call being taped. And they were taped and they got caught. And you know what they do? They took 2 weeks off and then they said, Ukraine. They went into a new scandal.
Right. That's exactly what they do. I hope I have the clip here for you to. Oh, here it is. Here's the one with Kash Patel talking about the Fedsurrection. And exactly what happened, and by all accounts, what President Trump did. And this is very important for us to get out this information that President Trump authorized the National Guard. What kind of leader of an insurrection would he be if he's calling out the National Guard? If he's authorizing, rather, the National Guard. So check it out.
The Oval Office on that day, days prior to January 6th, with the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and others, and President Trump. And he authorized, as the law requires, 10 to 20,000 National Guardsmen and women to be utilized around the country.
Mayor Bowser's letter where she declined the National Guard authorization from President Trump.
To be clear, the District of Columbia is not requesting other federal law enforcement personnel and discourages any additional employment.
Communications between the leader of the Capitol Police and their chain of command to the DOD refusing our request before January 6th.
Acting Capitol Police Chief Durinaldo Pittman blamed the Capitol Police Board for denying an early request to call in the National Guard.
That request did not come in from Nancy Pelosi and the Capitol Police on January 4th or 5th.
Did you, as required by law, authorize that?
100%. Nancy Pelosi turned it down.
It was a Fedsurrection. They knew the fix was in.
Secretary of the Army was supposed. It's really a tragedy.
Intelligence available before January 6th identified plans to, quote, invade the Capitol.
We immediately shared that information
with DC and Capitol Police.
If you knew about this, why didn't you call in the Guard?
President Trump gave no order to deploy the National Guard.
His job is not to call and to deploy the National Guard. And she knows this. She's just like her father, lying. She knows this. This was Bowser and Pelosi who were supposed to call in the National Guard, and they did not do it.
that day.
Conspiracy to defraud the United States.
And conspiring and attempting to obstruct an official proceeding.
What's going on here is a massive cover-up by Pelosi and the Democrats.
It will make Christopher Steele and Danchenko look like the teacup ride at Disney World.
Okay, Danchenko is the Russia, where they wrote that whole thing saying that President Trump was a Russian spy and agent and all that. And that's just going to be a drop in the bucket when all this comes out and they're prosecuted for truly doing the Fedsurrection. And that's one of the ways that we'll all come together. We'll all realize we weren't trying to hurt our country. We're trying to expose, just like what happened on January 6th, we're trying to expose what happened with the election. I hope I'm not going to get banned.
To the extent of destroying encrypting documents,
The only insurrectionists are the Nancy Pelosi's and Mayor Bowser's of the world and this January Unselect Committee.
And the hundreds of feds who were there. Don't forget about that.
Tony Ornato, another one of those witnesses we didn't get to see the full transcript of, he testifies, you darn right that Donald Trump authorized 10,000 National Guard.
Larry Loudermilk made criminal referrals for obstruction.
Liz Cheney and Adam Schiff buried this exculpatory evidence of Donald Trump.
Exculpatory is what would exculpate, like no culpa for President Trump, that they would show that he's innocent, that it would prove his innocence. When you hear the exculpatory, that's anything that would prove President Trump's innocence. And did you see Cassidy Hutchinson? That girl had to go before the send her lawyers. They had to go and make this whole big to-do to correct her testimony because the chick lied. They had to make a whole big thing to reverse what she had said because they realized she was caught in lies. She thought, the idiot that she is, that she could lie and she could get away with it. But she doesn't realize this is the Great Awakening. And this is the day when their lies will be exposed and they'll be held to account. She thought she was part of the winning team of liars, and she's going to find out that she's not. And she needs to go to prison, because she did this on purpose to damage our country, and all these liars did. This is one of the things that's really coming out this week. Who is it? They're looking at holding the January 6th people up on charges for lying to the American people, and they destroyed all of the evidence, all of the the interviews and the evidence that they gathered. It's gone. They destroyed it. This is a crime. This is a criminal. It looks like they're bringing them up on charges. We'll see. Just watch and see. It will happen. What does it say, you guys, in Habakkuk chapter 2? If it tarries, what do? Come on, write it down, everybody, for me. If it tarries, wait for it, for it will surely take place, and it will not be delayed. If it tarries, wait for it. Okay. So I'm really so happy to see that. So that's another thing. You need to just share this whole video with people, because they need to be able to get red pilled on what's really happened and how we've all been misled by the enemy of the people, the fake news. All right. So now this is President Trump. I love this little thing. Yeah. I love that song to pieces. The one that he plays all the time. If you ever feel sad, lean on me when times are bad, right? At the end, I was singing the song as he was going off the stage, and he and I were singing it together. I just wanted you to see this. Okay, could you see it? He says, "Call my name, yeah." Call my name, yeah. For quick reaction. Doesn't have that little piece of it. I want you to see that. Check it out one more time. He loves to sing. He loves that music, doesn't he? He's the DJ at Mar-a-Lago, and he's always selecting all these great songs. And what a great song that is. Call my name. Call my name. All right, so I want you to see this. What is this one? Okay, this is, sorry. This is going to make you mad. Don't trust Newsmax. You can't. You can't trust Newsmax. Because when they do, the first thing they did, now Greg Kelly wasn't there. Sorry, I don't trust Greg Kelly. I don't trust him. And so I know President Trump uses the fake news to get his message out, but that doesn't mean he trusts them. Okay. Same thing as when he went, with all the people that he's had in, he knew Bird Brain back in the day. He had her as the head of the representative for the UN. That didn't mean he trusted her, or Bill Barr, or you name it, Rod Rosenstein, or all of them. Okay, so I want you to see. This girl is saying that they are fact checking President Trump. And so they're saying it is our stance of Newsmax that we believe the what was done perfectly in 2020. Okay, check it out.
This nonsense. There's something from U.S. Senate candidate Bernie Moreno. Thousands packed there in the Dayton International Airport hangar. The president mentioned in his speech that the 2020 election was stolen. Of course, he is right to his perspective. But Newsmax as a network believes that the results were legal and final.
Okay, whatever. This is why I could not be the Speaker of the House, because my eyes roll. When I hear BS, my eyes automatically roll into the top of my head. So yeah, I couldn't work for Newsmax because the words would not come out of my mouth. I wouldn't be able to. I would be like, remember the story of Balaam? If you aren't familiar with the story of Balaam, it's in this book right here. Okay, let me go back to this. When you go to the main page, you'll see, and you scroll down, you'll see this book right here. This is biblical, the 17 stories. And in that, and you can actually read like 2 or 3, 4 chapters it's on Amazon. You can get the audiobook on my website, but the print and the ebook for $2.99 are on Amazon and on Barnes and Noble. All right. So Balaam was there, and he was being paid to speak lies against God's people, but the words wouldn't come out of his mouth. Wouldn't. That'd be like me if I was working. It would not come out of my mouth. I just wouldn't be able to do it. Right. Anyway, I just thought that was so frustrating to hear that kind of baloney. It's just like, really, we're always having to hear some kind of bull. All right. So then, okay, where am I? Where am I? I have too many tabs for you guys. Okay. I showed you that. I have that on there twice? Call my name. Okay. Yes, that's that one. Okay. That's where I am. Okay. So here's the one about the bloodbath. I already showed you that. Now, this is really important. I think this might be, let's see, which one is this? This is from Tucker. Very important. This whole discussion that we've had this week about TikTok. And he had a very important points to make, because I was listening to both sides of this. And so this was the most important TikTok discussion I heard. And this was on my post. You can go to Tucker Fans 2043, or you can go to mine, which is the Freedom Force Battalion. It's post 59915. Okay. So it says, why aren't they stopping China from making our vitamins? Why aren't they stopping China from sending spy balloons? Why aren't they stopping sending our factories over to China? They're so worried, hair on fire about China. Why isn't Joe Biden being stopped from all of his financial dealings with China to basically sell out our country? Isn't it more likely they're wanting to stop the discussion about Gaza? What do you guys think? That they're trying to stop the discussion about Gaza because that's where the truth is coming out about Gaza. More really than what I've seen on X or Telegram or Getter, I'm seeing it on TikTok. The truth about Gaza, and who runs our country is those who are fighting Gaza. And the truth is coming out about Biden, right? And so isn't that potentially why they're trying to get rid of TikTok? Well, if the latest thing is it's been stymied in the Senate because of this thing called the Bill of Attainder. I'll show you that in just a second. This whole thing about trying to get rid of TikTok, is it being orchestrated by those who really control our country, who really control our congressmen? Yeah. They want to shut down TikTok. They want to shut down because the kids, the youth that they count on to vote for Biden are not having it. They're done with Biden. They know that he has sent every day just to keep it under the threshold of what he had to get approval for from Congress. He's been sending over arms daily, every day, just the minimum. Let's say if he can send, he has to get approval for 10,000, whatever it is. He's sending 9,999 so over to Israel. Okay, so this is, the gig is up. The kids already know, and they can shut down. They could. I hope they don't. Shut down TikTok. But if they did, it's too late. The kids already are on it, right? And they'll just go somewhere else to speak the truth, and then they have to shut down that one. It's like a game of whack-a-mole, right? They're just trying to stop the truth from coming out. If they were honest and truly were concerned about China's effects on our country, they'd stop selling them our land and stop, all these other things. So we smell a rat. Okay, I want you to see that. Okay, here's that bill of attainder. A bill of attainder is a legislative determination imposing punishment without trial. So if you're going to, if you say TikTok is doing something wrong, illegal, then you need to take them to trial. You can't just single them out and say, we want to get rid of them. You have to go to trial and get this, find them guilty at trial. This is all bill of attainder is prohibited under the U.S. Constitution. Very, very important point. In case you were light on the lingo of bill of attainder, which I was, a legislative act finding a person guilty of treason or felony without a trial. You can't do that. So I think that's one of the main reasons legally that it is being stymied in the Senate, because it would not hold up to scrutiny by the Supreme Court. Okay, it all was a big, big action. Oh, all the House of Representatives are stopping Mino TikTok, and of course, as President Trump has said many times, our real enemy is FB. As in FBI, right? But that doesn't mean I don't go over there and try to get the truth out over there. I know how they are using it for evil, but that doesn't mean I can't try to use it for good. Okay, on all these things. All right. So, and speaking of which, you guys all go on here today and check this out. Go to Melissa. Let me see if I can find it. Go to freedomforce.myqstreaming. Okay, go to freedomforce.myqstreaming and check this out, because I was paying a lot more money, like $150 a month for our TV service. And now we're only paying $60 a month, and we have thousands of channels, and they're not controlled by the bad guys. I don't want TikTok controlled by the bad guys, or Twitter or Facebook or any of it controlled by the bad guys. And that's what's so great. I was so aggravated when our TV did not have like One American News on it. I'm like, I refuse to support Dish Network or DirecTV or any of these that will not have true people on there. I'm not doing it anymore. And so this is what's so great. This is a Patriot service right here. Go to freedomforce.live, myqstreaming.com. And now you've got to have good internet, but at first they had some kinks. I got all the kinks worked out, and it's working terrific now. So yeah, it's wonderful. I just absolutely love it. I'm so thankful that I was able to find this from a wonderful, wonderful source. And you'll be able to support our Freedom Force Battalion channel. And we're saving over $1,000 a year. Who couldn't stand to save $1,000? But I want you to see right here. Let's see if I can find it. It'll refresh. This is like the live TV right here, and the TV guide, and there's video on demand and series also. So on the live TV, refresh this. When you go there, it's going to show you. Refresh it. All right, so here's all the channels. Now this one is, I wonder if this is a live one or if this is a guest. Okay, this is just the guest one. You can go in as guest and just see what they have. But listen, look at this, 1,320 channels right here. All these channels, entertainment channels, news channels. Look at all these news channels. One American News, yay! Yes, Newsmax is on there. Watch it, but just beware. But yeah, I love that. I would get it just for One American News, to be honest, because I just love what they do over there. Kids and Family TV, Music Choice, movie channels, sports channels. You can actually watch like what you think of as pay-per-view on here for free because it actually goes, they actually pay for it through your service for $59.99. It's because they're not paying for all the channels, they're just paying for the ones that you particularly watch, and it goes against your $59.99 per month. It's really, I love the way they're doing it. And look at all these local channels. So ABC, CBS, Fox, NBC. I mean, it's in like you can get Houston TV news or Denver news or Honolulu news or whatever, and all these and pay-per-view. Look at this sports pay-per-view, NBA and MLB, NHL, all these channels for $59.99. I'm so glad we found this. Plus, like I said, I just love supporting Patriot channels. And again, don't forget to go on here and see all the wonderful Patriot, all the true healing. If you haven't checked this out, you've got to see what this girlfriend of mine just called. She says, I'm so dizzy. Do you have any ideas what I can do? I'm like, do I? First of all, cleanse your water. Every drop of water that you put in your body has got to be gone through the zero water filter. You know, actually, if you get the water at Dollar General, you can, I've tested it every time. I just test it again. And it is zero dissolved solids in the Dollar General water. Actually, my husband just brought some home from, I think it was Walmart. He got some and it was zero also. So I love it that the zero water filter has, this is all under tips for improving your health. It has a tester. Please do this. Check your water. Don't cook with this yucky water. If you do use that tester and you test your water that's coming out of your tap, it has 250 dissolved solids in it. That's going into your body, and then it'll get in your inner ear and it will cause you terrible equilibrium problems. Causes your body's full of this stuff. It's full of this stuff. Yeah, and I know most of you are now detoxing because you've heard me talk about this forever. It's serious. My dear family member just ended up going to the hospital because he thought he was having a stroke. He wasn't having a stroke. He just had all these dissolved solids and he needed to detox. And once you do the detox, you're absolutely fine. This is ways to lift depression, to help get rid of bipolar disorder, how to get rid of the bleeding. If you know someone who's bleeding terribly, all these look on the Melly's Health links over here. The CBD, I do this. Oh, here's the detox. You can use, there's 2 different kinds of detox on there, but this is the one, and you can get a sample of it for $13. This is what you and your family members need to do to cleanse your body of the toxins that are in the air and the water and the food. It's awful. It's awful. So I was able, thankfully, I know the answer. And I was telling her how first of all, don't put any more toxins into your body. And then, but what is in there, this is how you can detox it right there. So it's all when you click on here. And then the CBD, I do this every day to keep my nervous system working properly. It makes your nervous system work properly. And that solves 99% of the problems. Just making sure that you are detoxed and making sure that your nervous system is working properly. It helps your depression. It helps your just everything in your body to work right. So definitely check into that. And this is more ways to boycott the beast. Definitely check on that page right there. Boycott the beast. There's the Q streaming too. Anyway, so take care of your health. We are all going to live as long as trees because we're no longer going to submit to being poisoned. Okay. So yeah, definitely check into my Q streaming. All right. So check that one out. All right. The last thing is, or the next thing. Okay. The next thing is, this was out this morning. I decided to add this on because Netanyahu is upset because this is so weird, y'all. Chucky Schumer came out saying that they needed to remove Netanyahu. Now, there was an election that was supposed to be held at, I don't know, there was the 8th of October, something like that. And all this happened on the Feast of Tabernacles just before this. And all this mayhem happened. And now they've got a war and they can't, we need to have Netanyahu here at the helm. So Schumer was saying that he's out of control. That was shocking to me that Schumer would say that. Especially when he is, controlled by them. So something else is going on here. Something else is going on. So they're trying to make some kind of a what do you call it? not a false flag, but really just like this straw man. Say they're being mean to Netanyahu. We've got to. America supports Netanyahu. Well, because they know that so many kids on and grown-ups, whatever, on TikTok are not having it. They realize what he's doing, and I want you to know he did not allow people the freedom on the jab. Did y'all know that? They were forced to be jabbed. I've shown the clip. Go search on my social media. I've shown that several times. They are not a free country. If you don't have control over what goes into your body, you're not a free country. Hello, like America. But they even more. They are all on a government medical health care, and they have to do as they're told, or they can't operate in their country. And so this was under his tyranny. And so now we see what's happening where they're taking over. I've just showed you the other day, I think on the last video, I was showing you how they're actually selling the land where they bombed the land in Gaza. The people had to flee their homes, and now they're selling their land. And so I was literally having this conversation with this friend of mine, and she's like, but they sold the land to the people. The people of Gaza sold their land. Oh, come on. You know that they'll just say this was deeded over. Yes, they signed over the deed, and they can do this as long as they control the courts. They can control the deeds. They can control, oh yes, this person wants to sell their land. And when there's nothing, when the land is, when it's gone, just like the poor people of Maui, they tried so hard and to be honest, I don't know what's been happening in the last month or so, but they destroy someone's property and put them in a financial jeopardy so that they are forced pretty much to sell their land. This is what's been going on since 1947. The picture of the Palestinian land, how it's been gobbled up since then, tells you everything you need to know. So yeah, I'm not going to play this whole thing, but anyway, check it out.
Mr. Prime Minister, here's Chuck Schumer slamming you on the Senate floor on Thursday.
A new election is the only way to allow for a healthy and open decision-making process about the future of Israel. People on all sides of this war are turning away from a two-state solution, including Israel's Prime Minister, Ben.
I just feel like he has to say this for his base. I believe he and Netanyahu are like this, Tweedledee and Tweedledum, but he's doing this because many of his base are not happy with what Netanyahu is doing. That's how they roll. That's how they play it, right?
Benjamin Netanyahu. I believe in his heart he has his highest priority is the security of Israel. However, I also believe Prime Minister Netanyahu has lost his way.
Mr. Prime Minister, he says you've got to go. Joe Biden says he liked the speech and also said your policies are hurting Israel more than helping Israel. Your response to Chuck Schumer and the president?
I think Schumer's statements are wholly inappropriate. I think we're not a banana republic. The people of Israel will choose when they'll have elections, who they'll elect, and it's not something that will be foisted upon us. It's wrong to try to replace the elected leaders of a sister democracy, a staunch American ally at any time, but especially during the time of war. Just imagine that after 9/11, and when you're in the midst of fighting Al-Qaeda and winning, people will say, oh, well, the right thing, some Israeli would say, oh, the right thing to do is not to have new elections in America or have President Bush resign. It's inappropriate, shouldn't have been said, it's wrong. As far as my considerations, they're not for my personal survival, they are for the survival of the Jewish state, and that requires pursuing the war. It's something that my government enjoys the support of the overwhelming majority of Israelis. And let me tell you something, not only the majority of Israelis, but the majority of the American people.
Yeah, no, not so much. Not so much anymore, because we're over it. We realize what you're doing. You don't have a free democratic country. It's not. It's not. You cannot tell me that you're a free democratic country when you force jab people. And how you've gone in and as I will agree with this. I don't think I've ever said I agree with Schumer on anything, but I do believe he's lost his way where they're committing genocide. This is what we know is happening. I'm probably going to get kicked off of Facebook for this. Oh, well, if we do, it was good while it lasted. The point is that we cannot continue to have where they're having this genocide. This is what he's doing. So, and the people in the country dare not speak a word. I've shown you the videos where the IOF, I call it the occupational force, goes in, and if anybody steps out of line, they get beaten in the streets. Yeah, there's no freedom. You know how around here it's kind of sometimes like, okay, if I'm just going to speak some of this truth, I'm taking my, my channel in my hands, my life in my hands. And this, how much more there under this is a dictatorship. I don't care. He can call it a democracy all day long. It's not. Yeah. And that's why they got to get rid of TikTok. That's why they're trying to. So we have to share this truth. We have to share the truth about it. And if you haven't seen, I've posted videos about it, about how they gobbled up the land for all these years. And I'll show you one other quick thing that maybe you haven't seen, but I'll go ahead and show you this one. Especially because I have a lot of people who are probably on here who are new. This whole thing was planned. This whole thing was planned. This is from The Economist magazine. This is the Rothschilds magazine from 2012. And this shows how the paragliders were planned to shoot, to be firing weapons. Back from 2012, this was planned. This is not a coincidence that they put this out on their magazine cover in 2012. This was planned. This is one of the things I was using to show people. You've got to show people this, I said, what does this tell you? She says that it was planned. Ding, 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 ding. It's exactly true. Why do they do this? So they can take over the land. What have they done since 1947? They have done this to take over the land more and more and more and more. And finally to get rid of all these people. And what did he just put out this week? He's saying something about bombing the people. It's like, oh no, evacuating the people, getting rid of all the people from I guess leaving them, it may be all of them, or just putting them even on a smaller piece of property. Unbelievable, especially because they've got to get their canal. That canal's been planned. The properties, they've already trying to sell the properties of these people who they just bombed out of their homes. They've been doing it with impunity since 1947. And it works so well, they just keep doing it. And they keep lying. And the people keep falling for it, but not anymore. I get so mad. I get so angry when I think about it and how they've lied to us. Yeah, so this is where he was saying he agreed with Schumer, but they're just trying to get cover. And we're not buying it because we know they're sending weapons over there. They're all in cahoots. All right, here was that video on St. Patrick, but I don't know if my time is. I'm already at an hour 12 minutes. Of course, I know you guys are like, we could stay on all day. We could just have playtime with Melly. But yeah, so St. Patrick I didn't realize this, but that he had his original name was Saint Maywin. Did you guys know this? Okay, I'm going to play it, but I'm going to play it at high speed. This is what I do all the time when I'm trying to do the research.
Patrick was quite far from being a saint growing up. Until he was 16, he considered himself a pagan, or maybe even an atheist by today's definition. It was a day when he was taken into slavery by a group of Irish raiders that attacked his village. Patrick was sold to his master, the Druid chief in Ireland, and served for 6 years. It was during his captivity that he became a Christian. One day he heard what he described as voice telling him to sleep, leave his master, and find a ship awaited him. He fled to the coast of Ireland and eventually made it back to his home. He then decided to study in a monastery, stayed there for 12 years, during which he decided that his calling was to convert pagans to Christianity. Eventually, he adopted his Christian name, Patricius, or Patrick, and returned to Ireland after being appointed bishop. Patrick was very successful in winning hearts, which upset and killed the Druids, who had to arrest him several times, but he managed to escape the arrest. Patrick traveled through Ireland, established monasteries, schools, and churches throughout the land. Eventually, Patrick returned to where he was enslaved to pay his ransom to his former master. Despite being treated cruelly, Patrick didn't hold a grudge against him. As Patrick approached his master's old homestead to explore, he saw that it was flames. Patrick found out that the stories people told about him preceded him, and instead of frenzy, his old master gathered all his treasures to his mansion, set them on fire, and then threw himself into the flames. An ancient record adds that his pride found a Druid thought of being thankful by his former slave. There are a lot of legends surrounding St. Patrick. Some say that he raised people from the dead. Others say that he drove snakes from Ireland, but since there are any fossil records of snakes in Ireland at the time, it's highly unlikely, unless he drove out fossils as well. Many think that snake was a metaphor for the version of pagans, meaning that no pagans in Ireland. Green was the original color associated with St. Patrick. It was first blue, and eventually changed for various reasons. Probably because of being used with various Irish flags, and how green is associated with Ireland itself. Patrick worked in Ireland for 30 years. Afterwards, he retired and died on March 17, in 8461. There wasn't a canonization process with Patrick then. That didn't come up until the 12th century. He would have been declared a saint by acclamation, and a saint approved by local bishops, and then after died. St. Patrick.
All right. Okay. I ain't like that. I got him talking faster than Nelly. That's fast. Okay, but yeah. So his name was Saint Maywin. He was a slave in Ireland, and then he was saved. The Lord saved him, and then he says, "I got to go and save the people, bring Christianity to the people of Ireland," and that's what he did. And he cast out, snakes, which he was saying here is likely another name for the demons. Okay. And that's what we're doing. That's why we're celebrating St. Patrick's Day, because we're going to do just like St. Patrick and get rid of the demons. All right. Oh my goodness. I got so much more to show you. Okay. Get ready, because we're going to stay on here another hour. This was so great from DC Lidstone. Thank you so much. And also from the @Scotty Mar10. If you haven't watched his channel, go watch @Scotty Mar, the number 10 videos on Telegram. And so he pulls so much great information. This was about reality and March 11th, and this veil sheltering you from reality is lifting. Isn't that the truth? This veil is lifting. All right, so this is from this post right here. This one right here. The veil. Okay, sorry. This is from Elon on March 11th. He said the veil sheltering you from reality is lifting. What do you think about that? The veil sheltering you. Okay, so here's one of the posts, right? That post. Accepted reality. Why was the NSA targeted? Why was the agency protected, sheltered? This is not a coincidence. On March 11th, this is what March 11th on this post, 3020. Okay, 3020. And it has this right here about reality and sheltered. And this is the post that Elon put out on the 12th of March. The veil sheltering you from reality is lifting. How you like that? What does that tell you about Elon? What is that? What is that about Elon? He definitely knows about 17. He definitely knows about 17. He might be 17. He might be. I don't know. We'll see. I just thought that was super, super cool. And he said it's time for @Real Donald Trump to return to X. Now his account has been authorized, back since Elon took control of X. And so here on the 12th this week, he said, yes. Is that one of the things they talked about when they met? Actually, Elon was asked, did he ask you for a loan? He said, no. Did he, ask you for money? No. Maybe they talked about him coming back on X. I don't know what they talked about, but it's not none of everybody's business what they talked about. Whatever. So yeah, we actually have been told that President Trump will make a post on Twitter. Isn't that where he's supposed to say, my fellow Americans? Everything's coming into alignment. Okay. So then this one is where it's talking about Haiti and the occult worship. We know about the awful things coming out in Haiti. Oh my goodness. There was a video I shared and I put a big warning on it because of what they're doing with barbecue and people in the streets. It was awful. And so this goes back to this post. Will the rich and powerful influence the court to prevent the unsealing? Because this is what this demon worship is. This is what this demon worship is. And we know that Haiti's been part of the occult for years. And so, and then you basically what's the same thing that was going on at the island, Epstein Island. This was from the post talking about number 1, sex resort, trafficked and drugged underage girls. And then this occult worship in this temple, classification 1 through 99, Haiti. We're talking about Haiti being a failed state because it's absolute mayhem over there, and the death of people, and the left in the streets dead, and they on fire. It was awful. It was straight from the pits of hell. And this is exactly like Epstein Island. And this is what demons do. They want the whole world to be like that. It's awful. So I want you to see that from the posts. Pray for the victims. This is where it's going to be exposed for all the world to see. This is how demons want to take over the world. And this is what we can't allow. Once this is what woke you and me up when we realized this is what was going on. We're like, okay, we can't have a world like that. We're going to have to fight. And that's why we've been in the fight ever since, right? All right. So then this one is they're sending, let me see if I can find it. Thank you, Fletch. 33 million, of course, 33. And I just saw something about 333. So I think, where was that to? They always use their code, this money laundering and the Clinton Foundation. The U.S. announces additional $100 million for Haiti multinational security support mission and $33 million in humanitarian aid. As Secretary of State Blinken, it's not going to the people. It's just a money laundering, right? Yeah. So that's what came out this week. Okay. I'm going to show you this too. I'm just going to play it because they don't want you to see this about what really happened on January 6th. Yeah, that's what really happened. This is what really happened. As President Trump was saying that those are hostages. I didn't play that clip, but he's saying that they're hostages. Yeah, this is what they don't want people to realize. This is another reason to share this video with people so that they see what the truth is about it. Okay, you can share just that little clip, or you can share the whole thing. All right, so this is another thing. The Federal Appeals Court ruled judges across the Washington, D.C. judiciary, largely leftists in the leftist enclave, blundered when they sentenced possibly hundreds of January 6th defendants using a special procedure to enhance their sentences. It was improper. The federal courts slapped them down, say this was improper, how you've used this. You blundered when you sentenced them with this special procedure. You had to contort the law and twist the law and make it where they had committed a crime. This is like a banana republic, a third world country, communism. This is what's going on. And McGregor said, we're going to have some sort of revolutionary change in the U.S. Yes, we are. This is what we're headed for. We're headed for that. And then the last thing I'm going to do is this one. This is where, who was it? I don't even know who posted it, but they were replying to Martin Geddes. Sorry, it didn't have the original person on it who shared it. Just throwing this out there. Elon Musk, get this. Elon Musk is one of the biggest MIC contractors. The deep state used Twitter as its back channel through its DM servers to communicate and overthrow the U.S. government to seize control of the military. We know that. We know they were using X, Twitter at the time, to stop us from being able to get the truth out, and stop free speech. And they were using it to overthrow the U.S. government and to seize control of the military. And the military then instructed Elon. This is his contentions. I want to hear what you guys have to say. What do you think? Do you think this is what they're doing? They are using this. They instructed Elon to purchase Twitter to seize control of the DM servers, thus gaining control over the deep state. That's what I was talking about at the beginning. I forgot I had this post on here, that instead of the deep state controlling communication and the US and the DMs, the direct messages, now Elon and the White Hats control the DMs and control of the deep state. Huh? Do you think that's what it was about? Again, if we think Elon potentially could be 17 from that post I was just showing you about the sheltering, remember the sheltering of the reality when I was just showing you? We'll see. 17 is the MIC PSYOP to awaken the public of corruption in the government and to keep the public informed of future events. I do feel good about, just like with this bloodbath thing, the fact checking on that, I do feel very good about that. Whatever comes out, you know that they don't have control over it. They would never allow that to be fact checked. It's very, very exciting. It's as if white hats are controlling it. Very, very fun. I feel the same way on Telegram. We were able to get the truth out on Telegram. I think probably TikTok the same way. And now I don't even know. It's somehow or another we're on Facebook. Let's see. Let me see if I am right now. For right now, are we? Are we? You guys tell me. Are we? Yep, we still are. We are as of now. As of now, yeah. We only have. Let's see. Is this 9 people? They might watch it live, but they'll watch it maybe later. So guys, you can share it over. And again, I'm not going to be able to put the link. I will not be able to put the link. Yeah, we have 10 people. We're having to grow the Facebook one. Again, it's facebook.com/Melissa Red Pill. Same thing with YouTube. Same thing with X. All right, so you can share that with people, and maybe they'll watch it afterward. All right, so I want to share with you Isaiah 65. I love it. I'm going to read it because I love it, and I want new people to get the joy of this, of what we're headed for. Therefore, this is what the Lord says: my servants will eat, but you will starve. My servants will drink, but you will be thirsty. My servants will rejoice, but you will be sad and ashamed. My servants will sing for joy, but you will cry in sorrow and despair. Your name will be a curse word among my people, for the sovereign Lord will destroy you and will call his true servants by another name. All who invoke a blessing or take an oath will do so by the God of truth, for I will put aside my anger and forget the earlier days. A little farther down, no longer will babies die when only a few days old. No longer will adults die before they've lived a full life. No longer will people be considered old at 100. How about that? Yeah, who's ready to live to be 900 and healthy? Detox. We're learning how to have our bodies strong and healthy and well. We're learning, and we're coming out of their deception. In those days, my people will live in the houses they build and eat the fruit of their own vineyards. Unlike the past, invaders will not take their houses and confiscate their vineyards with confiscatory taxes. I added that last little bit. For my people will live as long as trees, and my chosen ones will have time to enjoy their hard-won gains. They will not work in vain, and their children will not be doomed to misfortune. Isaiah 65. How about that? Thank you so much, Lord, that we're living in this amazing, amazing day. If you're not familiar, my books are on on Amazon. You can go just search End Times and 1,000 Years of Peace, End Times Major Clues from Minor Prophets, End Times This is Biblical, 17 Bible stories happening before our eyes, and you'll see them. They're on there for $2.99. So easy to get and to share with people. You can easily give them to people, send them to people and say, look, this is good news. Just check it out. And also go to freedomforce.live to listen to the audiobooks. This is the great day. Oh, and if you haven't gone yet, go to got too many things open. Go to my Rumble channel and go to we just posted number 11 in the series on we're going through the book End Times and 1,000 Years of Peace. This is the Decoder Revelation. We're going through chapter by chapter by chapter, and then we've already done 11. This is our 11th one, so definitely check into that, because as people ask me all the time, like, oh, what about this? What about that? It's all covered. Every question people have ever asked me is covered in the book. It's all in there. It's all covered, and we're doing it we're not only reading the book and actually hearing the audio book, like I said, you can get right here from freedomforce.live, but also when you go there, you can to the channel, either on Rumble or on my channel, you will see the End Times group study, where you can go chapter by chapter by chapter, and soon, maybe, I don't know, a year, I don't know when, I'm going to have the study guide, so you can go in with a small group and decode it together. And every time we start, the group is like a little bit confused, but by the time we finish the video, they're like, that makes sense. That makes perfectly good sense about the 4 horsemen or the 666 or the mark of the beast or whatever. It all makes sense. So definitely check into that. So if you haven't seen some of these videos, go and check them out. Check them out and you will love it. All right. I think that's it. That's everything. Let's pray. Y'all ready? Who's ready to pray with Melly? We always, always, always pray. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. Hit the like and the share. Thank you so much, you guys. Love it so much. You guys are the best, best, best. And make sure to go over and do the same thing over on Facebook and on X so we can help this to get where people will get the truth and then we'll get the encouragement that they need and see how this is biblical. Thank you so much, Lord. We also need to pray together. We also need to pray together because this is where our power lies. Thank you, Lord, that you are the King of the world. You are the one who is going to set all these things right. Thank you that you have called us into this amazing battle to be your warriors in this amazing day, and not with guns and bullets, but with truth. What an honor it is. Thank you so much for waking us up. Thank you that we are hearing your voice, Lord. Every day we just want to hear you better and better and better and clearer. And so thank you for helping us to piece all this together. We pray for all those who are listening. Help you. I just pray you would bless every one of them. I pray you bless their homes, bless their peace of mind, bless their health, help them live as long as trees, have them enjoy their children not being doomed to misfortune, and help them to enjoy their hard-won gains. Lord, thank you for this bright, amazing future. Thank you for our wonderful president. Thank you for our wonderful patriots like Mike Lindell and with all these wonderful ones who are fighting so hard on the front lines. Bless them, Lord, strengthen them. And thank you for the truth getting out, Lord. We pray that you would cause the Supreme Court to rule rightly on these cases that are going before them, whether it's about Navarro or whether it's about the social media having the not having the government getting interfere with them, or about the election like Mike Lindell has worked so hard on. We pray, Lord, that you would have truth to prevail and that the enemies will be just nothing that they try will work. We pray for the people in Gaza. We pray you protect them, Lord, shield them, Lord, and those who are doing evil will be stopped in Jesus' name, that they will be removed from power and they'll no longer be able to hurt the innocent. We pray for anyone who's innocent in Haiti. We pray you protect them, and that those who are demon worshipers will be cast out. They'll be destroyed from the face of this earth, Lord. We are going to stand against any demonic forces by the power of your spirit. And I know that all my battalion is praying this along with me. And we say yay and amen, that your kingdom will come and your will be done on this earth as it is in heaven. This kingdom of Christ on this earth. What an honor, what a joy it will be to see this. As you said, we will look for our enemies and we will not be able to find them. They will be gone forever. We thank you and we praise you in Jesus' name, that you are the King of the world. Amen. I love you guys so much. Don't forget, go to Q Streaming, freedomforce.myqstreaming.com. Check that out. Check out all the links are over on right here, freedomforce.live. Check out all these about getting your health back. And is there anything else you guys want to tell me? Thank you, Revelations 11:11. Thank you for praying with me. Thank you, guys. I love you guys so much too. I know, and our time is gone. We were having fun. We had an hour and a half. That was fun. That was pretty good. That was a pretty good amount of time. All right, guys, I will go now. And what do I always say? I love you, and I will talk to you later.
Bah! Ah! That's what Jeremy's favorite saying used to be. Bah! All right, up next, Alina Habba interview. Here we go.
Let's talk about protecting ourselves. Law enforcement agencies across the country are struggling to take rising crime rates. Carjacking, homicides, robberies, no sign slowing down, affect politicians and residents alike. Even fearful of their safety. Receive all regular secret service nation crime levels extremely very serious. This is why I protect myself thanks to Jason. Absolutely love it. 5 help protect design for self-defense. If you don't write in like this, like investigations and helpline attack, emergency emergency miles. A building lighter, belt cutter, light gear, glass ring hammer, solar power, mobile light, most extended, zoom light, in and building lighting, self-defense. You want to hands, 5 flashlight can help you. Thanks again, 5 flashlight responding to video, sure you can clean it. Find them, access purchase, exclusive, free, fresh, complete, complete everywhere. That's fighters.com. Hi, and welcome to the X22 Report Spotlight. Today we have a new guest, Alina Habba. Alina is the general counsel and legal spokesman for Save America. She's President Trump's attorney, and I am very happy and honored to have Alina on the X22 Report Spotlight. Alina, welcome to the Spotlight.
Thank you, Dave. I'm happy to be on, finally.
Yes. I just wanted to start off, and I think a lot of people probably don't realize how you became Trump's attorney. So how did you actually become Trump's attorney?
I'm a member at his club in Bedminster, and I was a member there for some time before I met him, actually. I have other clients that, are members at the club, and how anybody gets an attorney, right? You're recommended for a job, and some, they're talking, they're golfing, and all of a sudden, I believe it was the GM or somebody asked me for my business card, and I got a phone call one day, and it was from President Trump asking to effectively interview me. And I interviewed with him, I interviewed with his son, and with the general counsel of the Trump Organization. And they gave me one case. I knocked it out of the park and resolved it after a couple months, and it had been ongoing for 5 years. And then, another case, and here we are today.
Oh, that's fantastic. I just want to go to what happened with Letitia James, because
Sure.
She's been going after Trump from the very beginning. She campaigned on, I'm going to get Trump, and she really didn't come up with anything. She decided to run for governor. That didn't work out too well. And then as soon as Trump decided to announce that he was running for the presidential campaign, all of a sudden she came out with this charge of fraud when there really wasn't any type of fraud. What do you think the trial was really about?
Well, the trial was predetermined before we even walked in there. We had lost on summary judgment. He had found us guilty of one count of the 6 pretty much identical counts. So it was a damages trial. And I of course, the left wants to paint it as this massive loss. The reality is she had it in the bag. We had a judge that was definitely partial to her side. That had been clear for years while we had been in the special proceeding, and they were doing their multiple year investigation. Then all of a sudden the complaint gets filed. We're rushed to trial in 6 months. And despite the fact that witnesses, frankly, had said that they were great clients, we all made money, they did nothing wrong. Zurich still works with the Trump Organization. We got slammed with this egregious number. And I'm confident we'll overturn it. But there's no question, Dave, this was political. It's not even from the beginning. It's before the beginning. It's before she got into office. She said she was going to do this. She ran on getting Trump. She said she was going to go into Trump Tower every day, go to work, go hit Trump Tower, and come out. That is political prosecution. There is no place in that. That's selective prosecution. It should not happen. As I've always said, I think with these cases, it's going to be a long game, not a short game. But that court and what happened in there was crazy. The gag orders, it was 11, almost 12 weeks of insanity.
There's a point where you keep saying that the judge was editing your questions. I guess he asked for questions and he was editing your question. What did he actually edit? What did he do?
That was in the Carroll case, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the Carroll case. Okay.
That's okay. It's all the same, really. It's New York judges, and they've been all kind of chaotic. In that case, we were in front of a different judge, and I was asked before President Trump took the stand to give the judge in an open forum with the press in the room exactly what the questions were that I was going to ask him. And the judge edited the questions and then asked me what the president's responses were going to be. And my response was, I don't have a golden ball. I don't know. I can't tell you what his responses are going to be. I can assume that it's going to be X, Y, Z. And the judge said, no, you will not ask that question. Next question. No, I don't want you to ask it that way. I want you to ask it this way. The good news on that is, that's going to be serious grounds on appeal, reversal, all those things that we're looking at. But you can't make up the craziness that I've seen. At one point they tried to put me in jail for objecting to an evidentiary issue in that case. So it's been really crazy.
Is it normal to ask for questions ahead of time, and is it normal to get the answers?
No.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Wow.
No. There are certain times when you have a volatile situation where you might need to do that, but I informed the judge, I have 3 questions, and it was very basic. It was very simple. It just went to the heart of one of the issues that they have to prove, which is that he intended to hurt this person. And the judge would not allow me to ask that, which is an essential element of the case that they had to prove. So effectively, he took away my ability to show a jury that he had no intent to hurt her. And we lost. And, it was all, look, that judge, the clerk, worked for the judge. Okay. His old clerk was on the opposing counsel's side. So she was his law clerk, and now she's working for Robbie Kaplan. Robbie Kaplan worked in the same firm as the judge. You can't, if you wanted to create a more crazy story, I don't think you could. Right? The script speaks for itself.
Let me ask you, with Letitia James and I think it was Judge Kaplan and Judge Engoron, do you think they had any contact with the Biden administration? Is there any evidence that they were working with them?
Yes. During the trial, we found out that Miss James had visited the White House, had visited with Kamala Harris as well. We had the visitor logs came out, and there was a report done by somebody in the news that there was visits with the administration.
So right there, isn't that grounds for like a mistrial or something?
Yeah, like a RICO case, right?
Yes.
The cases that they say that we do, like the old mafia type of scenario where everybody's coordinating. And election interference, Dave, that's what it is. It's them unable to beat President Trump in, his race to the White House. And they're using political lawfare at this moment to try and take him down because they have, frankly, no other options. I mean, we've got a president that can't walk. He clearly suffers from some sort of medical illness, dementia, whatever it is. Everybody has their speculations, but it's very clear he can not even get through a speech. So they're going to take the Republican candidate, the nominee now, tie him up in litigation, coordinate it amongst AGs and DAs. That's really no different than what you see in Cuba. That's no different than what you see in Russia, where you aim at your political opponent or anybody that speaks out against you. If anything, I think, though, the good news is if you look at the polls, it's charging the country up. It's making people rally behind him, and people that never would have voted for Trump are going to, because they're afraid that we're going to be in the same situation.
No, I think it's very clear that, you have to be like pretty much asleep if you don't see it, that there is election interference, and they're just coming at him very, very hard. So for the case with Letitia James, that we know that, $350 million plus Letitia's adding on interest every day. I think she's posting it on her Twitter account, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Very unprofessional.
Yeah, it really is. How does Trump win this case? I mean, under New York law, doesn't he have to post the amount or a bond before he can appeal?
Yeah, you have to post a bond to appeal, and the bond has its own interests and things like that. It's insanity. I mean, there's just nobody around that would have that kind of cash, if they're smart, liquid, just sitting in an account. And now we have this scenario where she's pounding her fist saying she's going to go enforce a judgment against a guy who's got real estate attached to the state of New York. He can't really move it. But it's optics, it's politics, and there's no room or space for that. She's supposed to be the attorney general. She's supposed to seem impartial. But if you look at her track record, it's not impartial. She targets, individuals, Exxon, big companies that are right wing, and she's a person who has clearly targeted Trump. I mean, it's not a question. It's her with a loudspeaker in front of a rally to get her into office. So, we'll get through it. It's going to be a long game. We have to post, obviously, something and work that out with the appellate division. And I'm not going to speak to that at this point because it's obviously a continuing open issue. But, don't think this is not all by design, right? Like, we will bankrupt him. We'll try and take his money. We'll try and have women hate him. We'll try and have people think he's a criminal, a fraud, that. But the truth is, none of it is true, and he's a strong candidate, as strong as we've ever had. And the country's afraid, and our world is in trouble if we don't get a strong president into office. So, but we'll take it head on, one thing at a time.
So, I mean, like you said before, it's election interference. I mean, they indicted him like 4 times now. They tried to get him off the ballot. The Supreme Court ruled against that, and he's still on the ballot. Do you think they're finished going after him? And what do you think is next?
No, I don't think they'll ever be finished. I think they're too afraid to be finished. They are fearful for themselves. Some of these people that have really gone after him, I think they're afraid that he's going to get in and clean house. And, that's their political careers. The divisiveness, frankly, that has become our country's political climate is disgusting. I don't think they'll ever be finished. I think that they're seeing that these cases are not moving the way they wanted them to move. Hiccups, like in Georgia, I mean, the biggest disgrace right there, with taxpayer dollars. You know, those things, the truth comes out in time, and we just have to be patient. But you know, the president hasn't done anything wrong, and you know, time will show that. Time will definitely show that.
So do you have any idea what you think they might try next to get him?
But I don't put anything past them.
Yeah.
No, I think they're running out of time, right? So I don't know. I thought 4 indictments was sufficient, didn't you?
Yeah.
I mean,
Not when they're not working.
More than Gotti, more than John Gotti. I mean, come on. This was one of the best, if not the best, president of our time, of our country, in our country's history, and this is how you treat them. It's a disgrace.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of the things that they tried to do to him are completely and utterly falling apart. Like January 6th, that the whole narrative there is completely falling apart because now the documentation and the evidence is coming out that he actually did authorize like 10,000 National Guard, and Cheney kind of hid it from him. But when you look at it, I mean, if they were hiding information and they didn't want the public to know the information, I mean, do you think there was an insurrection that actually occurred on January 6th?
What I know, and I don't like that phrase because I think it's being completely misused. What I know is that there have been people that have testified in front of Congress that have said that there were FBI assets put on the ground on January 6th. I know that my client said, go peacefully and patriotically. I'm not sure how, when you add those two things up, that means there was an insurrection started by Donald Trump. It sounds to me like there was a planned political movement, and it wasn't by the Republicans. And if you look at the footage that has come out, where they try and make it sound horrific, but you see people being guided with security. I mean, and I wasn't there. I wasn't part of the administration, but I can tell you what I see on TV. I can tell you what I hear when people are testifying. And none of that amounts to this. They use these words, fraud, insurrectionist, anything that they can, disgusting phrases about women and his treatment towards women that are just not true and have no factual basis. And I see it over and over again. And I can't say that in any way, shape, or form would ever amount to an insurrection with anybody but Donald Trump, because they need to create stories. And I think they played a really good story. And then when they did their own investigation, let's not forget, Dave, all of a sudden the evidence is gone. All the evidence from that show that they put on where they had live air feed and Cheney, sitting up there and she was doing her thing, all that evidence is gone. If you had real hard evidence, why wouldn't you turn it over to the prosecutors who are handling January 6th? Why wouldn't you, when we asked to see it, have it to show us? Things like that make me afraid for our country.
I mean, yeah, they hid the I think the transcript with Kash Patel, where he testified that yes, Trump authorized 10,000 National Guard, but they kind of hid that from the public. Let's talk about protecting ourselves. Law enforcement agencies across the country are struggling to contain the steadily rising violent crime rates. Carjacking, homicides, robberies show no sign of slowing down and have affected politicians and residents alike, leaving many Americans fearful of their safety. A recent poll also revealed that 63% of Americans rate the nation's current crime levels as extremely or very serious. This is why I've been protecting myself thanks to today's sponsor, the Fighter Flare flashlight, and I absolutely love it. The Fighter Flare flashlight is an all-purpose tactical flashlight designed for self-defense and personal security. It features an ultra-bright 800 lumen light with strobe lighting and SOS capabilities that can help blind an attacker, as well as an emergency signal that can be seen for miles. A built-in lighter, belt cutter, digital battery, life indicator, glass breaking hammer, solar power, compass, multiple lighting modes, an extender for zooming the light beam in or out, and built-in power bank for cell phone charging. If you want to put your security back in your hands, a Fighter Flare flashlight can help you do that. Thanks again to the Fighter Flare flashlight for sponsoring today's video. Be sure to use promo code X20 to get 20% off, a lifetime guarantee replacement, access to Preppers Peak's exclusive newsletter, and free express shipping completely complimentary with every order. That's fighterflare.com. That is fighterflare.com, or click the link in the description. So if we turn this around, do you think them hiding evidence, them creating this story, do you think the insurrection was actually against President Trump then?
I mean, you could say that, right? I like I said, I don't like to use that word. I'm not
Yeah.
going to use it against other people if I don't want to use it against my client. I'm an American lawyer. So for me, I'm not crazy. I don't suffer from whatever the opposite of Trump derangement syndrome is. I think all of it needs to stop. I think that the federal government has entities that are working and colluding with some of these people, and that's a problem. Assets, why were they on the ground? Why were they wearing MAGA hats? You know, if that's true, that's really disturbing. You know, I think the American people are waking up. So I think that, I think there's some speculation that this was planned. But what I can tell you is I'm not here to speculate. I just know my client and what he said, which was to go peacefully, patriotically. He had the right to question election integrity. I think our country's election integrity is in question. And there was absolutely nothing done wrong, but they're trying to bend the rules, break the rules, you know, this immunity argument. They're trying to make sure that presidents don't have immunity. Well, that's not going to apply just to President Trump. That's going to apply to everybody. When you're a sitting president, you have immunity so that you don't leave and get this. You don't have four indictments. You don't have criminal and civil cases one after another. But again, they're so short-sighted. If they do this to him, these laws will be used against them as well. You know, you don't think that if a Republican candidate wins, that Joe Biden and Hunter Biden are going to be gone after, as they frankly should, for working with foreign entities and getting money. I mean, but if you take away immunity, Biden's exposed. So they think short-sighted, and it's really going to be dangerous and harmful to everybody that's in this country.
Which way do you think the Supreme Court's going to rule on the immunity case?
I mean, I know legally the way they should rule. I think the law is very clear. I think there's a lot of public interest in maintaining immunity protections for presidents. They can't do their job without presidential immunity, which is the highest level of immunity and protection for a president. That way, if they need to bomb a country, they can't then go be sued by that country for murder when, you know, or charged with a murder. You can't do that. And if you take that away, that is such a serious slippery slope. So to not maintain presidential immunity, to me, would be completely detrimental and flawed, to be honest.
Do you know if immunity, is that included in the Constitution? Is there a law or something that says that presidents...
The executive branch, there's a couple types of immunity. The Westfall Act, presidential immunity, they call it absolute immunity. It goes by a lot of things, but effectively in plain English, it's based in the Constitution, the separation of powers, but more important, if you look at Nixon v. Fitzgerald, if you look at some of these cases that have preserved the president's office, and preserve them and maintain that they are shielded from being sued civilly, for government employees to non-government employees for those 4 years in the office. That, you know, they need to have those protections so they can do their job. And it's rooted in a lot of things. It's overly complicated, but there's case law that has preserved it. Separation of powers, executive branch. You know, the president is the sole member of the executive branch. There's nobody to blame but him, right? But you have to also protect that branch because they need to be able to work without fear and work in a way that's best for the country, even if it might hurt one or the other. And I think that is something you need to preserve no matter who the president is. And I say that with Joe Biden. I say that I think it should apply to all presidents. It's very important.
So I'm assuming Jack Smith needs the immunity gone to go after Trump in his cases.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if the Supreme Court upholds the immunity, does that mean Jack Smith's case, they're done?
Yes, because then you would be suing the federal government. And if you sue the federal government, you can't sue the federal government for the same reason there's immunity.
Let me just bring us down this path. If the Supreme Court somehow, some way says presidents don't have immunity, does that mean they can convict Trump?
No, you still have to prove your case.
Well, yeah, I mean, after they...
No, it just means the case can proceed.
Okay.
So there's a stay in place pending the decision from the Supreme Court. And then, you know, pending the immunity decision. And then if the immunity does not apply, then the case can proceed. But they still have to prove their case. They still have to prove their case. But don't forget, these cases are brought in states where the jury pool, DC, New York, is predominantly liberal. So, that's not by accident.
So my question is, do they really have to prove it then? I mean, look at the
Well,
cases that you were involved with. E. Jean
Yeah.
Carroll.
No, I hear you. I mean, you would like to think there's some law and order, but when you have judges not allowing evidence in, like, the woman went on, Anderson Cooper and said rape is sexy. When
Right.
you're not allowed to bring that up, you're kind of have your hands tied behind your back. When you're not allowed to bring an expert in, your hands are tied behind your back. And they can bring their expert in. I mean, it's crazy. So that's where I get concerned when the judges are assisting the jury in driving their decision towards a completely incorrect decision. That's where I get concerned as an attorney.
Do you see from the time that you started, in law to now, have you noticed the system is becoming more and more corrupt?
I would never say that I was in a position with all my, let's call them normal cases. And I had high profile cases, but they weren't representing a former president and candidate. I have never seen this. I'm not sure I would have become a lawyer had I known that the country would be operating in this way, and the practice of law would be so shameful, frankly. So no, I mean, there's no possible way you could know what is actually happening unless you're actually doing it yourself. And honestly, there's not enough press conferences, Dave, for me to have to express the crazy ins and outs that I've seen in the courtroom representing President Trump. It is something I could never have imagined in law school, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the American people, as they're watching this and they're watching you do your press conferences and they're hearing what has happened in the courtroom, I think a lot of people are just shocked because, the country is based on rule of law, and it looks like the rule of law handbook just went out the window and they're doing whatever they want to do now. And
Most certainly feels like that.
yeah. And then it feels like it's very difficult, and it's actually kind of scary for people, because if they can do this to President Trump, then they can do this to every single other person. And then nobody.
Yeah, and I've said that, right? They
Yeah.
don't have me. They don't have me running outside and saying, this is what happened.
Mhm.
This is actually what happened. They don't have that. And I've been criticized for doing that. But I feel that how will the world know? How will they know? They won't know any different, because if you're leaning on the media that's sitting in there typing and tweeting live feed, and that media is left wing, and most of them are, you're not going to hear what actually happened, why I actually almost got thrown into jail for objecting to evidence, a PowerPoint slide, for crying out loud. I mean, how insane is that? I'm a civil attorney. I'm not in criminal court. We're talking about monetary damages here. There is no reason that should happen ever, unless you're being completely egregious, disrespectful. I mean, it's insane. It's insane.
Yeah, it really is. Let me ask you, do you think Biden is going to make it to the 2024 election?
I don't know. I don't think he has the capacity mentally at this moment to make it now. I don't think he should be in office now, to be honest. But do I think as an American? I don't know. I don't put anything past the left. I think that they're very sneaky. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't slip someone else in there last minute. At this moment, it looks like he's their guy, which speaks volumes. But, to me, he's a puppet. He's not the real guy running the show. I mean, I believe that there are, prior administrations helping assist the current president in doing what he's doing.
And who do you think that is?
I mean, your guess is as good as mine, Dave. There are certain presidents that haven't left Washington, which is very strange to me, and are still have their guys in there. I mean, you could do your research. I'm sure you already know the answer to that. But
Are you talking
I
about
don't know.
Obama?
I'm just an American. Looking at facts, right? And to me, I don't think there's any question. You see Obama on the plane with Biden. You see them. It's very strange. It's very strange.
So let me just go back to 2020, because 2020, during the election, during that period of time, there was a virus that was released, on the world, and they brought in mail-in ballots, drop boxes. The elections were paused when the elections were going on, something that people have never seen before. And it's very interesting because you've been in the court system and you're seeing things that you've never seen before. people in this country are seeing things like with the elections and everything else that they'd never seen before. Do you think this time around in 2024, the elections for 2024, do you think that they're going to do something or try something to manipulate the elections again?
I think they, what do you call what's happening right now? I think this is it. I think they're doing that. I mean, I think that when I say it's election interference, I'm not kidding. I think this is it. I think this is what they're doing. I think that if they could put him in jail, they would. I think that's their new form because we caught on to the last form of cheating, right? So, you know, there's no question our country needs reform and election integrity needs to be examined. There is no question. I am not a conspiracy theorist person, Dave, you know that.
Mm-hmm.
I work with facts, not stories. And for me, there's no question that needs to happen. But I also think that this is truly how they're going to try and steal the election.
You know, it's funny that you say like conspiracy theory, because actually, if you just go back a couple of years, if someone came up to you and said, "Listen, Alina, I don't know if you know this, but your client, they're going to interfere in the election. You won't be able to get fair trials. Everything that you try to do is going to be stopped because." You know, the system is corrupt. They're dealing with, you know, Biden, who's attacking his political opponent. I guess back then it would be a conspiracy theory, but now that you're actually experiencing it, I guess that conspiracy theory turns into truth.
You're right, 100%. And I'm not saying that I don't agree with a lot of the things that have said and have become true. You know that. And
yeah,
I think where I go is I'm very careful into guessing what could happen next. I can tell you what's happening now. They're trying to steal an election by putting the leading candidate in jail. There is no question about that. And if that's not election interference and interfering and trying to take away, until last week, we weren't even allowed to vote in certain states for President Trump.
Yeah.
How is that not election interference? That is insane. That's stealing an election. That's crazy to me. You know, we have rights as Americans. It's not about President Trump and President Biden. What about us? We get to choose. We get to choose, you know, who we want to vote for. And you can't take away that's our right. That's not even his right. It's our right. And when you become that desperate, that is 100% interference. That is stealing an election. That is all of those things.
Well, you know, it's funny when you say we have the right to choose, but when you look at election interference and you look at what they did back in 2020, they actually took that right away from us. And they're continually trying to take that right away from us. I don't think they want us to choose.
100%.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you a final question.
Sure.
Who is the better trial lawyer, you or Cash?
Me or Cash?
Yes.
I love don't ever put me against Cash. I love Cash Patel. I would say Cash. You know, I've never seen Cash in trial, but you know what I would say? We're probably both great and we would make an amazing team because he's my buddy. He's like my brother. I love him. And he's just such an American and such a diehard patriot. And when I started in this crazy world, he was there for me. He told me, you know, who I could trust, who I couldn't, but he just was always there, always picked up the phone, still does, you know. In this madness, there are very few people that you can really trust and be close with. And I think that he is one of the good guys. So I'd be willing to say we're both amazing. And if we were ever together on trial, God help who was ever on the other side.
I agree with that. Hey, Alina, thank you very much for being on the spotlight. If people wanted to follow you, where should they go?
Twitter, Alina Habba, Instagram, Alina Habba, Truth Social, of course, Alina Habba. It's all my name. I'm pretty easy to follow. There's some fake accounts, but if you take a look, you'll figure it out. I'm verified.
Okay, great. I'll put those links at the bottom of the video. Alina, once
Thanks,
again,
Dave.
Thank you very much for being on the spotlight. I really appreciate it.
Thanks. I appreciate you. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
All right. That was the interview between Dave from X22 and Alina Habba. Up next, we've got his part B for today's X22. Where did it go? I know I have it ready to go. There it is. There it is. All right, let's get this done. Bink, kabink, kabink. I'm only doing part B. I'm not doing part A.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this episode 3307 BN. Today's date is March 17th, 2024, and the title of the episode is Court of Public Opinion is Winning Against Deep State Narrative. Transparency equals game over. Let's talk about our health. Have you ever taken the time to read the back of an ibuprofen bottle? It's pretty mind-blowing that anyone will still take that stuff. It says right there on the bottle that the risk of use include heart disease, blood clots, strokes, and kidney failure. I don't know about you, but I'd rather find out. Let's into economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters, they are now panicking because they are losing. Think about what Trump and the Patriots have been doing. They've been showing the people of this country the truth. They're being transparent. They're showing the people, look, this is their agenda. They want open borders. Look, this is their agenda. They want war. Look, this is their agenda. They want to destroy the economy. Look, do you see the two-tier justice system? Basically, the court of public opinion is winning against the deep state narrative. And every time they rule against Trump is actually a win. Think about Fani Willis, for example. Even though she can continue the case as of right now, it is a win. Why is that? Because they had to admit there was someone who wasn't acting ethical. So they had to remove someone. And who was that person? Well, that was Nathan Wade, so they can continue the court case. But think about what they've done here. They've shown the American people how corrupt the system is, how the two-tier justice system works. And now the people are saying, well, this doesn't make any sense. So what do you think is going to happen next? Most likely, they're going to bring out more and more evidence. Now, even though Fani Willis can stay on the case, it doesn't mean they won. Because remember, this entire operation, this entire plan is about the people of this country. The people need to see the truth. The people need to see exactly what's going on. And once the people know, it is game over for the deep state players. So every step of the way, the deep state, they're losing the battle. And in the end, when the people see all of this play out, the people are going to understand how their system actually works. And it doesn't work for the people. It works against the people. And the people are going to see this very, very clearly. And that's what the people are seeing now. And the more the deep state does, the more they try to go after Trump, the worse it gets for them. This is why we need to keep our emotions in check. Because again, this is about all those people that still believe the country is run by rule of law. This is for all those people that believe this is politics as usual. This is for all those people that believe that this is just another 4-year election. This is not another 4-year election. This is about destroying the deep state players. And the only way for the people to actually see all this is to bring in an outsider. Because again, if it was someone who was part of the Rhino group, if it was someone part of the D group, would they attack that person like they're attacking Trump? No. So when you bring in an outsider, and I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they knew this from the very, very beginning. They knew that they were going to be attacked like there was no tomorrow because they couldn't allow the outsider to win. Now the outsider knows all the classified information. The outsider knows all the crimes that they've committed. The outsider knows quite a bit. The outsider right now, which is Trump, is showing the rest of the country everything that he has seen. Now, not every single thing down to the micro level, but he needs the people to understand what their system is. He needs the people to understand that this is not a 4-year election. This is an election that's going to decide, do the people take back this country or don't they take back the country? And during this process, the deep state's going to play dirty. The deep state is going to use everything that they have in their arsenal to go after Trump. Trump is expecting this because when he does this, it shows the people the truth. And the people are learning the truth quite quickly. Think about it. When Trump came into the White House back in 2016 and he just mentioned the word fake news, a lot of people were like, what is he talking about? Fake news? There's no fake news. Today, it's very, very different, especially with everything that we're seeing. And when you look at what the deep state says and what they tell you, you can actually read through it and actually understand what they're really trying to do today compared to going back to 2014, going back to 2012, going back all the way back in time. And what's very interesting is Rasmussen Reports on X said, here's a handy legacy media translator guide. No evidence equals there's a huge pile of evidence. Conspiracy theory equals the stone cold truth. Baseless claims equals legitimate concerns. Election denier equals reasonably suspects election fraud. Election denier fringe, a majority, 62% of all likely voters. So now you can see when they say these certain words, you understand what they're protecting right now. And you can see the translation of what they're saying. So I do believe the people, through all the transparency and everything that people are witnessing, they are now waking up. The people, they're understanding what's going on. And what you do is you show the people how corrupt it is by giving the people a little bit of information, showing them the corruption, then having those who are corrupt lie to them, and then bring out more of the truth, more of the facts. And as you keep doing this, it gets worse and worse for the deep state players. It's just like what's happening with Hunter Biden, just exactly what's happening with Joe Biden. Remember, in the very beginning, they lied to the American people. Then the truth came out. Then special counsel Hur proved that Biden was lying. He might not have pressed charges because, again, where's it going to go? To the DOJ? What are they going to do with it? You think they're going to say, oh, yeah, he's guilty? Absolutely not. But think about what the people learned from special counsel Hur's report. Biden lied to the people. Think about what the Patriots have been doing in the House. They've been exposing his crimes. Put it all together. People are getting it. The Oversight Committee put this out and said, Hunter Biden knows his testimony wouldn't withstand public scrutiny. That's why he's running away from next week's hearing on Joe Biden's abuse of public office. Remember, they told everyone he needs to testify in a public hearing. That's the way we really want to do it. Now he doesn't. Why? Because now the people know more. The people don't believe them. The Oversight Committee put this out. The White House is panicking. Biden wants our impeachment inquiry to end, but that's not for the subject of the investigation to decide. This is just more obstruction from the Biden White House. Remember going back in time when they said Trump was obstructing the impeachment and everything else? Well, it's actually the Biden White House. They're the ones who are actually doing it. The White House is obstructing Congress from obtaining the following. All drafts of then Vice President Biden's speech delivered to the Ukrainian Rada in December 2015. Joe Biden's emails with his family's business associates where he used an alias, interviewing current and former White House staff about Biden's mishandling of classified documents, interviewing a current Biden administration official about his knowledge of possible FARA violations related to Burisma. The White House wants to hide the evidence we've unearthed about the Biden's corruption. The Bidens and their associates raked in over $24 million from 2014 to 2019 by selling Biden as the brand. Vice President Biden dined, attended meetings, spoke on speakerphone, and had coffee with his son's foreign associates. Biden has met with nearly all foreign associates, funneling his family millions. Witnesses' testimony revealed Joe Biden not only knew and participated in, but enabled the Biden business, and he was used to close deals with the Russian and Chinese entities. Biden has lied nearly 24 times about his family's business dealings. We will not be intimidated by the White House. We will continue to obtain facts for the American people and deliver accountability. And remember, they went after Trump with obstruction of justice. They pushed 2 impeachments against Trump, and they basically brought charges against those people within his administration on FARA charges. Actually, if you look at it, the deep state players, they projected everything that they have done onto Trump, and now it's coming out. And what are people seeing? They're seeing this firsthand. The people are understanding. Think about what happened with Biden staffers. who were involved in mishandling the classified documents. Well, he promoted his top staffers that were involved in mishandling the classified documents. Was that to keep them quiet? Most likely, yes. Was it to protect the criminal syndicate? Most likely, yes. Now the people can see it, just like the people see what's going on at the border. This is not a naturally occurring thing where all of a sudden people from all over all these different countries are saying, I need asylum, I need asylum. No, they're bringing these people in on purpose. And yes, there are secret flights where they're flying them all over the place. Remember, they're going to sanctuary cities. Remember, these are the military-age men, the foot soldiers of the deep state players, and they're going to keep them safe in their safe havens until they are needed. And we could see that Biden, just like Obama, they're flying these people all over the place. Remember, this has been going on for quite a while. This is not something that just happened yesterday. All they did was they had to accelerate their plan because Trump, he won the election back in 2016. They never thought Hillary Clinton was going to lose. He reversed a lot of their policies. He secured the border. And what did they have to do? They needed to accelerate everything to catch up. And they needed these people in this country because they needed to get rid of Trump. Now, Trump and the Patriots, they knew this. And they knew that this would wake up the population. And the more the people see, the more they wake up. Miranda Devine explains the secret flights back in 2021, 2022. And she says, New York Post reported on some of these secret migrant flights back in 2021, 2022. And the New York Times, NPR, PolitiFact first ignored the stories and then trashed them without mentioning the New York Post because they knew our reporting was solid. We didn't sit behind a desk swallowing government lies, but deployed shoe leather and eyeballs at 2 a.m. at Westchester Airport. The rest of the mainstream media did worse than ignore Biden's secret migrant flights. It lied that our reporting was wrong. News 12 Westchester ignored this big story under its nose. Fox News covered our story, and Peter Doocy asked questions about the secret migrant flights at the White House briefing, only for Jen Psaki to lie that there was no such thing and argued about that whether 2 a.m. was the middle of the night. And they tried to protect everything that was going on. They tried to cover it up. They tried everything they possibly could do. But again, there were flights coming in the middle of the early morning, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., so this way people wouldn't know what was going on. But the people now know. The people understand that, yes, they're flying the people in. Now with the border shut down in Texas, what are they doing? They have certain bases in different countries, and they're flying them directly over the border and into this country. And this is the U.S. government that is doing this, which is really not the U.S. government. It's not an elected government by we the people. That is the criminal syndicate is bringing in their foot soldiers into this country. And what's very interesting is that Trump, he said that these people that are coming into this country, well, they aren't people, they're monsters. And he's absolutely right. Now, Biden, Harris, they try to make a really big deal about this, saying Trump says immigrants aren't people. No, the people that the deep state players are bringing into this country, they aren't just everyday people. They are criminals. They are terrorists. They are drug traffickers, human traffickers. They're murderers. Stephen Miller corrects Biden, Harris, and says, you wretched liars. Trump is saying that murderers you are freeing into the country are monsters. Why are you making apologies for vile predators and killers? Because these people that are coming into this country, they are the foot soldier of the deep state players. Criminals work with other criminals. Why would you bring in upstanding citizens? You think upstanding citizens are going to come into this country and do the dirty work of the deep state players? Absolutely not. So what do you got to do? You got to bring in the worst of the worst, because who's going to actually do what they want them to do? It's got to be criminals. It got to be crazy people. It got to be murderers. It got to be all these people, terrorists. So now I think people are starting to realize that these aren't upstanding asylum seekers. These are the worst of the worst of the worst. And Trump said it right. These people, they're monsters. And that's absolutely true. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is the deep state players, they're trying to protect all their foot soldiers. They don't want people to understand that these people, they have mental problems, especially those people that are involved in Antifa, BLM, because most of the trans people who are taking medication, who are confused, they have mental problems, but they don't want the public to understand that these people are mentally disturbed. And because they need these people in the end to do their dirty work. And if you start to look around and you start to look at the administration, you can see this is why they've been bringing these people in, because it's very easy to control them, very easy for them to convince them that this country is a bad country, the Constitution is bad. And if you start to realize all of these people that they put into certain positions within government, what do they want to do? They want to get rid of the weapons. They want to shred the Constitution. They want to basically kill all those people that don't agree with them, don't agree with their lifestyle, don't agree with what they're doing. And these are the people that they're going to use in the end. So they need to protect them. And this is why they've been protecting a lot of the trans community, especially those individuals that actually shoot innocent people. I mean, think about it. Go back to that trans shooter in Nashville. They hid the manifesto because they didn't want people to understand the thought process of this person. But now a federal judge has ordered the FBI to provide Covenant school shooter Audrey Hale's manifesto and other documents for a private review as part of a lawsuit from the Star News Digital Media, Inc., the parent company of Tennessee Star. So right there, you can see that they've been trying to hide it. They don't want the people to see it. The FBI definitely doesn't want the people to see it because, remember, they're part of the criminal syndicate, but now they're being ordered to do so. This is what's amazing about this country, because we have the Constitution that protects freedom of speech, protects the people of this country. And every time the deep state players try to fight against it, if you notice, they lose. Now, it might take time for them to lose their battle, but in the end, they will always lose. That's why they can't stand the Constitution. That's why they can't stand that everyone has certain rights, because they've been trying to take the rights away from the people for a very long time. And they've been doing it very stealthily, and they didn't want people to understand that this is what they were trying to do. But think about it. Since Trump and the Patriots have accelerated the plan, and we know that their plan is the 16-year plan, they had to accelerate everything that they were doing. So during COVID, during this period of time, as Biden is in the administration, what have they been doing? They've been showing you how they're going to get rid of your rights. And they don't even care if you see it anymore. They don't care anymore because they're running out of time and they're becoming very, very desperate. Think about the 16-year plan with them trying to get the weapons away from the people, because remember, for their plan to work, the people can't be armed. They can't go up against their foot soldiers. And now they've run out of time, but now, since they've run out of time, they're going to become very, very desperate. And we're already starting to see this. Gun Owners of America put this out and said, breaking, 140 plus House Democrats demand Department Veteran Affairs begin using state gun confiscation laws to disarm veterans in response to the law ending the Clinton-era veteran gun ban that GOA forced Biden to sign last week. So why do they want to begin using the state gun confiscation laws to disarm veterans? Because veterans are trained. Veterans really knows how to use these weapons. They've been in the armed forces. This is the first group of people that they want to remove the weapons from, because they know if they have the weapons, what will the veterans do? They will protect America. They will protect America against the deep state foot soldiers. And they know, the deep state knows this. They know this. And this is why their entire mission, going all the way back to Obama, and even before that, but they really ramped it up during Obama's time, they needed to get the weapons away. This is why there were so many mass shootings during Obama's term, because they were trying to push this very hard. Because remember, it was the first 8 years with Obama, infiltrate the country, change the prosecutors, change the attorney generals, infiltrate the government, infiltrate the college system, infiltrate the elementary schools, start putting all the people in that you need, and do this over an 8-year period of time and brainwash the children. The second part of the 8 years was Hillary Clinton. Now, remember, Hillary Clinton never made it, but her job was to get rid of the rest of the weapons, confiscate everything, because during Obama's term, they were hoping to pass maybe the UN Arms Treaty and maybe have other legislation. And Hillary Clinton would then go around confiscating the weapons, and then she would bring us to war and destroy this country and actually have this country to lose. But again, they never expected her to lose. So the 16-year plan, well, it completely fell apart during this period of time. Trump reversed a lot of the things, And then when Biden came back in, Obama saw his chance to continue with the 8 years that were lost. So they had to accelerate everything. And by doing this, what did the people see? The people saw the truth. They're still seeing the truth, and they will continue to see the truth until we hit the 2024 elections. And that's what this is all about. It's about showing the people the truth of what the system is in this country. And the people, they're learning very, very quickly. Now, everyone is not going to wake up just because they're seeing this. This is why I do believe we're going to go through a bad period of time. And actually, Trump mentioned at his rally in Ohio that, yes, bad things are going to happen. Now, I do believe this is going to wake up a lot of D's. This is going to wake up those other Republicans that are still sleeping. And I think this has to be done before we hit the 2024 elections, because the people need to understand what this country, what the system is in this country. And once they understand it, and once they're fed up with it, once they see the criminals, this is when the people then can make the decision of taking back this country, because that's really what this is about. This is not really about electing the president. See, Trump is already the commander in chief. He already has control of the military. He just wants the people to say, we're taking back the country. That's the vote everyone is going to do. We are taking back the country, and we want this guy right here, Trump, to finish the job by taking back the country. That's what is really going to happen. And we could see that we're heading to that point in time. But from now, which is about 7 months or so, from now until that time, we're going to see many, many things. And yes, there's going to be scare events. Yes, you're going to see the deep state exposed. Yes, a lot of people are going to be upset because things aren't going the way they thought it was going to go. But remember, this is about taking back the country. It's not a 4-year election. It's not placing a Band-Aid on everything so we could just have someone else come in after Trump. This is about destroying and getting rid of the deep state players. And the only way to destroy them is to expose everything that they're about, so this never, ever happens again. And that's where we're headed right now. And you can see certain things are starting to change. I mean, look at Haiti right now. The deep state players, I do believe they lost complete and utter control of Haiti. And I do believe eventually what's going to happen, you're going to start to hear reports about what they've been doing in Haiti, what the Clinton Foundation has been doing, what Obama, the Biden administration, other deep state players, what they've been doing down in Haiti. Because I do believe what's going to happen is these people in Haiti, they're going to start to produce evidence, and they're going to be shocked of what they found. Because remember, the governments, I do believe that was put into place there, was hiding everything from the people. And I think in the end, they're going to discover quite a bit. Now, what's very interesting is that there are certain individuals that are trying to fly Americans out of Haiti, but it looks like the Biden administration is stopping them, which is very interesting. Brian Stern, the CEO and founder of Project Dynamo, said that his attempts to rescue almost 40 U.S. citizens is being hampered by the State Department, which he says will not allow him to land private helicopters on the land outside the American embassy in Port-au-Prince. The airport in Port-au-Prince has been entirely shut off to the public amid mounting violence under mob boss Barbecue, who controls the country right now, and they're stopping this individual from doing this. Now, we saw this out in Afghanistan. We saw this in other places, and we're seeing it here because I do believe there is a huge amount of change that is happening out in Haiti. And remember, Barbecue, I'm not saying he's a good guy, bad guy, or anything like that. He is saying, listen, anyone that sides with Biden, well, we're going after you because we're not going to have a transition with the Biden administration, which I find very, very interesting. So I do believe when the dust settles and everything calms down, I do believe we're going to see the new leadership start to expose what's really been going on in Haiti. And actually, this will be another piece of the puzzle that will be put into place for the people of this country so they can understand what Epstein was all about. Now, really think about it. When you start to see all the other pieces start to fit together, and you see like the child trafficking in Haiti, and Clintons were involved with this, Obama was involved in this, and many other deep state players, and then you release the Epstein information, it starts to make a little bit more sense, doesn't it? I do believe this has been set up and this has been prepared from the very beginning to show the people, look how their operation is being done, and look how they hid it from you. And they made you think that this doesn't exist. And I do believe, yes, this will lead into Pizzagate. This will lead into the corrupt politicians, Hollywood, and everything else. But I do believe this is all being exposed right now so people can understand it. And moving forward, people are going to understand a lot more. Because remember, all these people, they're all part of the criminal syndicate. You have those people that are treasonous, those people that have been running the criminal syndicate. Yes, they're part of the trafficking part of it, the part of that's happening in Haiti and around the world, what happened on Epstein Island. All of this. Let's talk about protecting our wealth. If you keep your money in the bank, listen up. Your savings could be at risk. The banking system is once again under extreme stress. And after last year's banking crisis, the dangers are clearer than ever. Car loans are defaulting. Credit card debt is ballooning. Commercial real estate is on the brink of collapse. These aren't just red flags. They are sounds of a financial ticking time bomb. But there is a safe and easy way to protect your financial future. Gold. Gold is outside the government's reach and safe from economic policies that jeopardize your wealth. Gold allows you to lock in today's value in the face of tomorrow's uncertainty. Don't wait for the next headline, crash, or bank run to act. Inaction could be catastrophic. Contact Noble Gold Investments today and safeguard your tomorrow. As a bonus, they'll give you a free quarter-ounce gold standard coin as a thank you for opening a qualified account. Visit x22gold.com to claim your gold coin. That is x22gold.com, or click the link in the description. Is the same people, same group of people. And when you start to bring all this evidence out and you realize it's the same people, well, it paints a picture for you. And you start to understand, wow, these people are really evil. These people are really criminals. Look what they did to the children. This is why they've been trying to normalize it. And this is why they've been trying so hard to convince you that pedophilia is fine, that trans community, that's great, that young children can decide if they want to be a boy or a girl. This is what they've been doing for a very long time. They're just trying to normalize all of this to make you accept it. But again, the people of this country, they're not going to accept it. And the people are going to see it as what it really is, a crime against humanity. And just like people are seeing COVID right now and how the deep state players lie to them every step of the way. Wall Street Silver put this out and said, never forget, then, CNBC, more than half of U.S. states have statewide masks mandates. Now, face masks made little to no difference in preventing spread of COVID. But think about this. When people were talking about the mask, people talking about the bioweapon, people talking about standing 6 feet apart, closing all businesses, it never made sense. You think the virus is so smart that it knew not to go around the plastic plexiglass? I mean, really think about this for a second. I mean, even when you talk about the masks and you look at the mask openings, you know, the little openings within the mask, they're about 80 microns. A virus is 3 microns. Even if it's on water vapor, it's 60 microns. So how isn't going to go through the mask? It makes no sense whatsoever. And actually, there's a lot of peer-reviewed studies that show that masks do not stop viruses. Actually, they trap bacteria, they make you sick. So everything that they told us was a complete and utter lie. And people, they're starting to realize this. And this is very important on every level. It's very, very important. And people, they need to understand that these companies, remember, the criminal syndicate is made up of corporations, Hollywood, and it doesn't have to be every single person. It just has to be the top level who's calling the shots, because they're the ones who say, this is what we're going to do, and I want you to complete it. Now, if you argue with it and you don't want to do it, you're fired from your job. So most people will go along with it into thinking that they're doing the right thing. Even if they hate it, even if they know it's wrong, people will still do it in their job. So what the deep state has done is they put the CEOs in where they wanted them. They're all part of this. They put the people in Hollywood. They have the people in DC. They have the people in FBI, DOJ, DHS, and they're the ones who are calling the shot. I mean, perfect example, look at Tyson. Tyson Foods, what are they doing? They're removing all the American workers, and they're bringing in the criminal invaders, and they're going to give them jobs instead of the American people. Plus, look what else Tyson is doing. Libs of TikTok put this out and said, anti-American company Tyson Foods has these posters hanging in their offices. They promote a mentoring program that helps LGBTQ youth to bond with and learn from LGBTQ adults. So LGBTQ children are connected with random adults to bond. So really think about it. It sounds like grooming to me. That's exactly what they're doing. And you can also see how they're pushing the critical race theory. I mean, here's another company, Advil. Christopher Rufo put this out and said, this is the perfect illustration of how critical race theory can be applied to anything, even aspirin. This is the basic formula. Observe racial disparities, assume those disparities are caused by bias or systematic racism rather than behavior, culture, biology, etc. Propose equity, which is in practice is impossible for Advil's new pain equity initiative, is particularly insidious. Anyone can buy aspirin, so there's no possibility of bias. So what Advil is really talking about is prescription pain medication, which is already massively overprescribed and has led to all kinds of addictions, complications, and deaths. Despite all the therapeutic language, if the pain equity campaign is successful, it would mean putting more people, and in particular more Black people, on heavy opioid pills. Then, after this causes problems, as it has done to whites in Appalachia, for example, they will blame doctors for systematic racism in other direction. Disparities are not always a good basis for making policy, especially when you assume they are reducible to a single variable, and doubly so when the variable is unmeasurable and unfalsifiable, such as systematic racism. Critical race medicine will be a disaster, and it will be, because everything that they try is a disaster. The American people can see it very clearly, and the people reject it every step of the way. Look at Bud Light. What do you think they're doing with Tyson right now? They're boycotting Tyson Foods. What do you think is going to happen to Advil? What do you think happened to Sports Illustrated? What do you think happened to all of these companies? In the end, the people speak up and they push against it. And in the end, it all fails. And the people win. And the people will continue to win. Just like Trump is winning in the court of public opinion. Think about what happened to Fani Willis. She was brought up on charges. She went through the trial, and the judge had to do something because it was so obvious. So he gave them a decision, even though they were both guilty. But the American public, they could see this. So they had to admit their guilt by getting rid of Fani or getting rid of Nathan. So they decided to get rid of Nathan and continue the case. Now, do you think this is over? No. But again, the people need to see how corrupt the system is. And yes, I know people got very upset with this. How could this be? This makes no sense. But remember, we're dealing with a criminal syndicate, and this is what Trump is showing the people. Actually, he put this out on Truth. He said the following: the Fani Willis lover, Mr. Nathan Wade Esquire, has just resigned in disgrace as per his and her reading of the judge's order today. Nathan was the special in more ways than one prosecutor engaged by Fani, pronounced Fani Willis, to persecute Trump for crooked Joe Biden and his Department of Injustice for purposes of election interference and living the life of the rich and famous. This is equivalent of deranged Jack Smith getting canned big stuff, something which should happen in the not too distant future. And yes, this is exactly what's happening. And yes, there'll be more and more evidence coming out against them because, again, this is showing the people how deep the corruption is. Remember, when Trump says the swamp is deep and wide, it is. It's not just in D.C. The corruption runs very, very deep. The swamp runs very, very deep and wide across the country. I think people are now seeing this. Green Lives Matter put this out and said, Fani Willis may have had made a major mistake, as her text messages between her and a lover will likely be unveiled. Can you imagine what they might say? Alina Habba wants to see the door open for real accountability when Trump ascends back into office and says her texts are just the beginning. Cash told us yesterday that people are going to be held accountable for their crimes. It appears like the deep state is setting themselves up for a disaster, and it is going to be a major, major disaster. Because once again, the court of public opinion, they're seeing it all play out. And this is going to get worse and worse for the deep state players. And so in the end, when Trump has all the evidence and he's showing the people how corrupt it is and who the criminals really are, do you think it's going to make it a lot easier for Trump to do what he needs to do? Will the people be with him? Absolutely. Think about what's happening with the presidential immunity. They're going after him with presidential immunity because why? They want to convict him of a crime. And with presidential immunity in the way, they can't do this. Now, once again, if the Supreme Court rules that he does have immunity, Jack Smith's case, well, he has a problem. He can't go after Trump. If the Supreme Court says the president doesn't have immunity, well, that means Trump can then still run for president, even if they throw him in jail. He can pardon himself and then go after everybody else. So what they're trying to do is not going to work. Trump, he put this out on Truth, and he said the following: a president of the United States must have full immunity, without which it would be impossible for him, her, to properly function. Any mistake, even if it well-intended, would be met with almost certain indictment by the opposing party at a term end. Even events that cross the line must fall under total immunity, or it'll be years of trauma trying to determine good from bad. There must be certainty. Example, you can't stop police from doing the job of strong and effective crime prevention because you want to guard against the occasional rogue cop or bad apple. Sometimes you must have to live with the great but slightly imperfect. All presidents must have complete and total presidential immunity, or the authority and decisiveness of a president of the United States will be stripped and gone forever. Hopefully, this will be an easy decision. God bless the Supreme Court. And let's see what the Supreme Court does. This will be very, very interesting. Now, we can see the deep state players with all these different cases with Jack Smith, with Fani Willis, with Bragg and the rest. We could see that this is election interference. And actually, they're actually telling us that they're trying to interfere in the election because, remember, they're trying to get Trump to pay all these different fines, which means it's draining him of his money, which means he will not be able to campaign, which means this is an election interference. And coming out of Raw Story, the headline is Trump cutting back on rallies to save money as cash shortfall hobbles campaign. So they're telling you what they're doing is election interference because what they're actually saying is, listen, we're hitting him really hard. We don't want him to hold these rallies. We don't want the thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people to come out and support him. We need to shut this down because Biden can't do this. If he tries to have a rally, he'll have like 6 people, maybe. And they don't like the optics of this. And this is how they're interfering in the election. And I do believe in the end, what they really want to do is they want to try to convict him and they want to throw him in prison to say, look, this is not your candidate. He's a criminal. But I don't think this is going to work in the end. And this is why I do believe they still have Nikki Haley waiting in the wings. Actually, Trump actually put something out on Truth about this, which we'll be discussing in just a sec. But when you look at the RNC, we can see that now that we have the Patriots in place, and if you think about it, we have a certain number of Patriots in the House. They block a lot of things. They expose the crimes of the Biden family. They expose the censorship of the people of this country. They are put into place there to block and to expose the criminal syndicate. Now we have the RNC that was taken away from the rhinos. Now they're looking for election integrity. They're looking to basically do everything the deep state is doing. And now it looks like Lara Trump has announced that they're going to be hiring Scott Presler to lead legal ballot chasing operations. This is very interesting how this is all now playing out. Because remember, they cheated in the election. The election was rigged in 2020. Now, Trump, from this point on, if you look at what they're doing, they're putting everything in place to secure the election. And I do believe the biggest thing that's going to happen is Trump is going to show the people why we need paper ballots and why we need voter ID. And once people understand and see this, the people will accept it moving forward. But Insurrection Barbie put this out and said 2 million ballots were touched by anomalies. 923 fact witnesses. No election contest in American history has had 923 witnesses who signed affidavits under penalty of perjury. Over 50 courts block evidentiary hearings regarding lawsuits filed after the 2020 election. Every other election contest in the past 25 years resulted in evidentiary hearings presented to a court of law. So don't tell me 2020 was a perfect election, and don't tell me you all lost every court case. Both of those statements are bold-faced lies. And yes, the evidence is out there, and people can see the evidence. And if you notice, the people, they're starting to understand that, yes, the elections were rigged. And this is why we went from 62% to 66%. And I do believe more and more people are going to come on board as they see more and more evidence. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is Mike Pence came out and he said he is not going to endorse Trump whatsoever. Now, Karma Patriot, she has a theory about this, and it's very, very interesting. And let me just read what she wrote here. Let's look at this from a 40,000-foot view for just a minute. Pence literally got 1 to 5% in the primary and dropped out. You might hate him, but he's still a smart man. one who is well aware that it'd be political suicide to publicly go against Trump. And yet he did just that in his interview yesterday. It appears to me that he's working to gain the trust and support of the outliers, the anti-MAGA voters. Pence states very clearly that he's a Republican, that he wants to make sure Republicans know where he stands on traditional conservative values and policies. Then he reiterates that Trump is the official Republican nominee and that he will vote Republican, which means he will vote for Trump. Therefore, the only logical explanation I can reach is that his interview yesterday was because Pence was activated to help Republicans and Trump win in November. That is very interesting. And I do believe a lot of these individuals, they were put into place to actually push the rhinos, the deep state players where they want them, or to trap the establishment money in a certain candidate. I do believe DeSantis was used for this. I do believe Pence is being used for this. I do believe when Trump was going after Pence, where he said you need to send the election results back to the legislators, I do believe this was done on purpose because Trump, he's thinking way, way out to the 2024 election. He wanted to make sure that the deep state players didn't have a way of not certifying the election. So he forced the deep state players, even they told them that Pence didn't have the ability to send it back. They actually made a law that the vice president now cannot send the election results back to the legislators, which means when Trump wins, they lost this ability. He trapped them in all of this. And the other thing that's very interesting, which we just said about Nikki Haley, Trump put this article out and it says Newt Gingrich. It says, following the South Carolina primary, the best thing Nikki Haley could do is gracefully drop out and endorse Trump. The time has come to focus on the general election. Why hasn't Nikki Haley dropped out and endorsed Trump? She's waiting in the wings. That's why. Because, again, think about all the cases. Think about what's happening to Trump. Think about the election interference. Because, once again, if he drops out, who gets the delegates? She's going to get the delegates. And do they then need to change Biden? Can they keep Biden in there? Yeah. Because basically, Nikki Haley's just going to lose. This is how they try to play the game. Is it going to work? I don't believe so. I don't believe it's going to work, which means I do believe Trump will stay the nominee no matter what happens, and they will have to have a change of batter, which means we're going to see some false flags. Now, what's very interesting is NBC has come out with an article and let everyone know that experts, they decided to war game what might happen if deep fakes disrupt the 2024 election. Things went sideways fast. The exercise explored a scenario, and this is for the 2024 election, with an array of both domestic and foreign actors launching election disinformation, exploiting rumors, and seizing on political division. It's election day, and this is what it says. In Arizona, and elderly voters in Maricopa County are told by phone that local polling places are closed due to threats from militia groups. Meanwhile, in Miami, a flurry of photos and videos on social media show poll workers dumping ballots. The phone calls in Arizona and the videos in Florida turn out to be deep fakes created with artificial intelligence tools. But by the time local and federal authorities figure out what they are dealing with, the false information has gone viral across the country. The simulated scenario is part of a recent exercise in New York that gathered dozens of former senior U.S. and state officials, civil society leaders, and executives from technology companies to rehearse for the 2024 election. The results were sobering. It was jarring for folks in the room to see how quickly just a handful of these types of threats could spiral out of control and really dominate the election cycle. So think about what they've done here. So they're saying militia groups, they're saying polls are closed because of threats. Could this be an attack on the national election infrastructure? Could there be an insurgency going on? And was this done where they ran this war game type of scenario to see how people would react if they went ahead and did this? Would people go to the polls? Would people stay away from the polls? So if they're going to actually, in reality, try to do this, and they see the results that people will stay away from the polls and it will change the election cycle, what has to happen if there's an insurgency, if the election systems are brought down? It means that someone has to protect the election somehow, some way. So I do believe that's the direction we're heading in right now. And it looks like the deep state players are already projecting in what they're going to do. Now, Trump, he was out in a rally in Ohio on Saturday, and he said something with the word bloodbath. And the fake news took that and started to use it in a way, and completely out of context, in a way that Trump was calling for a bloodbath if he lost the election. And Wokeness put this out and said, we are witnessing the invention of the bloodbath hoax in real time. So the fake news came out and they're saying that Trump is calling for a bloodbath if he loses the election. Nancy Pelosi was out there saying, and she was on CNN saying this, that Trump might exact a bloodbath if he loses. So what did Trump really say? Well, Trump, he was talking about the automobile manufacturing industry, that if he loses the election, it would be a bloodbath because China then would be able to produce all the cars and we would lose the automobile manufacturing in this country. Take a listen to exactly what he said here.
Has taken over a period of 30 years, 34% of the automobile manufacturing business in our country. Think of it, went to Mexico. China now is building a couple of massive plants where they're going to build the cars in Mexico and they think that they're going to sell those cars into the United States with no tax at the border. Let me tell you something to China. If you're listening, President Xi, and you and I are friends, but he understands the way I deal, those big monster car manufacturing plants that you're building in Mexico right now, and you think you're going to get that, you're going to not hire Americans, and you're going to sell the cars to us. Now, we're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected, now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole, that's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it. But they're not going to sell those cars. They're building massive factories. A friend of mine.
So right there, the deep state players, they've already started their narrative. They already projected out what they're planning to do. Remember, I do believe what they're going to do is they're going to try to postpone the elections. And when we go to paper ballots, and actually, if you look at the war game scenario, that the simulator that they did, they're going to try to stop it. But I do believe the elections will be guarded. Trump will win, and they won't certify the election. They'll probably say, no, the elections are uncertified. It's a stalemate, whatever the term they're going to use. And this is when they're going to say that Trump lost the election, and now he's going to use violence because he lost, which means this is what they are going to do. And you can see that almost all the people on social media, the fake news, they're making this spread like crazy. Viva Frei put this out and said, a lie will travel halfway across the world before the truth has time to put its pants on. Congratulations, Elon Musk. Your platform has facilitated a lie traveling across the world. And yes, everyone put this lie out there. But again, why are they doing this? Because they're projecting on what they are going to do. And that's why the fake news is carrying it. This is why Nancy Pelosi's out there saying it. But in the end, this is going to fail. Because remember, Trump, he's been creating the counterinsurgency. That is the military with the people. Now, Kash, he was being interviewed, and he said something very, very interesting. And Stormers Arrive put this out and said, and this is Kash saying this, by the way, I think in November, there's going to be a cataclysmic implosion in Washington, D.C., the likes of which we have not seen. And the deep state, once it's sunk, cannot be raised. And we're going to see a new day in Washington where people are held accountable internally in government for the criminal conduct. And yes, he's also saying we should have a full-fledged investigation. Yes. So I do believe what he's saying is once Trump wins, once the people signal that, yes, we want to take our country back, the counterinsurgency is then completed. Once Trump is then in charge, he can then go after the deep state players, and the deep state players will be brought to their knees. And I do believe that day will be coming. But again, before we get there, the deep state players, they're going to try everything they possibly can to stop this. And actually, Trump actually signaled that, yes, from all these illegals coming in, we're going to see bad things happen. But this is going to wake up a lot of people. Remember, for the counterinsurgency to work, you need the people to see the truth. You need the people to understand what the system is. And the people have to reach that place where they had enough, which is the precipice. Stormy Patriot Joe put this out, and it's the video of Trump saying that it's about the people we have coming in, and don't be surprised when bad things happen, because bad things will happen. Take a listen.
It's a very accurate metaphor, and it's about our border. It's about the people we have coming in. And don't be surprised when bad things happen, because bad things will happen, and we're going to get them out fast. We're going to have the large.
So I do believe the plan is working exactly the way it's supposed to be working. And yes, it's about waking the people up. It's about exposing the system. Yes, you're going to go through the darkness. You're going to go through a scare event. But in the end, sometimes it has to be this way so we can get to the other side. And Trump, he retweeted this from Mike Davis, and it says the following. Dear Biden Democrats and DC Republicans, periodic reminder. After January 20th, 2025, you will face very serious legal and political consequences for your lawfare and election interference, especially what you did to January 6th protesters. Truly monstrous and unforgivable. So basically, Trump, by him retruthing this, is telling them, yeah, once I win, it is game over for all of you. And you know the people are with Trump. Look at the people that came out to see Trump. Julia put this out, and the crowd is surrounding Trump. His plane is in the background, and he's continually gaining momentum. The people are on his side, and in the end, the deep state will have no one left, not even the D's. And all they'll have left is the couple CEOs and corporations, Hollywood, those people at the top, and the swamp creatures, and all the people that came into this country illegal, which really what they are, they invaded this country illegally, and it's a criminal terrorist organization. That's all they'll have left. And in the end, Trump, the patriots, because the backing of the people in the military, they'll be able to do what needs to be done. They'll be able to deport and clean up the entire country. And at that point, the deep state, they have no army. They have no people to protect them. It's game over for all of them. Why? Because the patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, that was the X22. You guys are up to date news-wise now, for the most part. And I have to go out and do two things. I've got to go tend the fire to make sure that it goes out, and I also need to get my corned beef in the cooker and get my dinner going. So with that, I'm going to wish you all a great evening. Happy Thanksgiving. Yeah, okay. Happy St. Patty's Day again. And we'll catch you guys again in tomorrow. I should be on relatively early tomorrow. Probably 11 o'clock is my old normal time. All right. We'll catch you soon. God loves you. Jesus loves you. I love you. Peace.